Hello? 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 There's my mouse. Just readjust my camera really quick. Oh no, my desk. It's actually higher up than I can reasonably reach with my height. Okay. Where are we? So open this up. Forgot to open up my face tracker. Run the tracker. Send it. Consider it sent. Yeah, there we go. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Look, there it is. A peek behind the curtain. Yeah. So, we're going to be working on today. It's a programming language. I wanted to work with a Lisp today. I was just feeling it. It just felt right. So here we are. Here we are. Working on a bona fide programming language. How fancy. Well, I say bona fide, but it's close enough, really. It's close enough. I've already written it once, but now I am rewriting it because I have realized it is not very good. Or it's more like my experience writing GDML, which is the HTML style UI library that I wrote for Godot. After writing that, I have a few more insights onto how to write a parser and all that other stuff, I guess. So let's figure it out, I guess. Again. I kind of mixed up again and I guess, but I realized too late that I've already said I guess. So here we are. Now, well, let's just keep it on one screen for now. I don't have to show off my previous implementation. You could always just go look at it. I've also got some coffee with me today. For once, I'm not actually drinking while I'm streaming. Well, I am drinking, but I'm like not imbibing alcohol. Let's see. Where we're at is we are passing all tests currently. How fancy. We can run all. Observe that everything passes. How cool. We can also run this in the editor. Wow. Look at that. One warning. There is a... What's the warning? Warning. Float int comparison. Got float real but expected int. Test atom. Test parser. Okay, hold on. So in test atom. Test atom. Test atom. Where are you at? Reveal yourself, Adam. Okay, so it's one of these. I think this is supposed to be a float, I guess. So we can give that a try. Just run it here. Yeah, there we go. No warnings. Oh, baby. So there are no integers in GDLisp. I just assume everything is a float and then hope is good enough. We kind of fall back on GD script to do most of the heavy lifting. So the cool part about this is that because I've already written a library for like programmatically putting together GD script files, because I've already done that, the idea of writing a Lisp that then compiles down to GD scripts is closer than ever. I think it's totally possible because of my work on advanced expressions. Advanced expression singular GD, which is what this is. because it's completely programmatic, and because writing a parser and evaluator is also completely programmatic. Oh baby. I think it's possible now for me to construct script files from a GD Lisp file in certain circumstances. Maybe not every circumstance, but most circumstances it should be. Because, yeah, all we're doing is, yeah, it's pretty much the same stuff. Like the abstract syntax tree should match GD scripts pretty well, I think. Maybe. Or at the very least, I have most of the commands that I need. I think one of the problems is that I think the evaluator is still going to be... The evaluator is still going to have to be recursive? I'm not sure. But I think this is okay. I think this is okay. Maybe. Alright, so let's write some more tests. I think the first time that I wrote GD Lisp, I didn't write any tests, which might have been a small problem. So test empty, so input. Okay, so empty will just be open parenthesis, close parenthesis. Oh, hello, dude. Hello, hello. How are you today? Welcome. I think I recognize your name from somewhere. I'm not sure where, though. Have we talked on Discord before? I'm writing a Lisp in Godot. I've actually already done this once before. Don't show this. Writing a programming language, huh? Sounds extremely big brain. It's been game dev Twitch. Nice, nice. A true ghost in the shell, for sure. Unless you still have a physical body, in which case something seems sus. How can you truly live in game dev Twitch if you still have a physical body? You have not transcended your physical limitations. A dragon. Dragon D's nuts. Do I need to finish my ascension? Perhaps. Depends on what your feelings on Ligma are. So what am I expecting here in test empty? Probably like absolutely nothing. So it should just give me an empty expression. Been waiting so long for a D's nut joke. Well, you got it. You've come to the right place, because my humor is stuck in the early 2010s. For whatever reason. Hold on. I forgot I didn't set my stream monitor on my other computer. Alright. Alright, cool. I still love your model. Oh, thank you. You too can be a rubber ducky. If you go to my GitHub profile and search for OpenCPageGD, it should be like the most popular one of my repositories. This is just the default model that I made. And also like the second real 3D model I ever made as well. And also the best one, because it was so simple. To do, this is not broken, but this should be okay. Oh, nice, super cute. Know you. This is okay. And I suppose something that I was working on was essentially a keylogger, so I could listen to keystrokes or whatever. So I can actually toggle between expressions without having to go back to the application. So something like that. So it's something that some people have noticed in the README, but I haven't documented anywhere. Is that you can actually toggle expressions on the duck. I was supposed to document it at some point, and then I got distracted. as is the case. I am currently rewriting the entire thing. But you know how these kind of things go. You know, one day you're writing a thing, the next day, you know, you're writing a programming language. Grumpy Duck is super cute. No, you. I think when I was making it, I was thinking of roughly what MapleStory does for their expressions. So I think F1, well, F1 is supposed to be the hurt one, but like F2 is like happy, F4 is angry, etc. Insert equals val size. I think this should be size 0, but I don't remember. No, okay. Well, let's see what's inside of it, since it should be an empty expression. And then, by the way, I guess if you're interested in the programming language thing, I've already written this once. I don't know if I mentioned that, but you can find it here. Look at that. It works via recursion. The parser and the tokenizer is very basic, but it works. Most of the syntax is already documented there. Here, let me see if I can find it. Might as well just bring everything back over here. Lots of these are just examples of the syntax. Probably this one is the most interesting snippet of it. Look at that. Because this is completely written in GDScript, anything that you can do from GDScript is possible. And then because it's also written in GDScript, it's also super jank. So like all the operators are just like dictionary values, which means that you can actually redefine certain operators if you want. But it's been a long time since I've visited this, so didn't really feel like working on the rewrite for this, so here we are. I wanted to do something Lispy. It was either going to be Highlang, which is a Python Lisp. No. It's a Python Lisp, or working on this. So here we are. All right, give me the deets. So it's list, and then value is nothing. Does that make sense? Yes, you'll always have an empty expression. Yeah. And so e is equal to val 0. We'll just redefine these values. And then we want to assert equal val size. This should be 0 because there is no expression, because the input is just an empty s expression. I think. Yeah, all green. Run it again, just to make sure. Run all. Oh, baby. Ignore the error in the output, that's fine. Oh, get me out of here. Sorry, I'm not. Lots of pauses, because I'm trying to chug this coffee so I can get this off my desk, and also so it doesn't get cold. So test empty, okay. Something I was working on just in my free time was a really quick preprocessor, but that can be on hold for a little bit. It's not the most interesting thing. I've also already written a preprocessor before. Was working on turning it into something that runs on export when you export your project. So it's similar to like C style preprocessor defines, but was proving difficult since there's almost no documentation on how to do that. Like, I know it's possible. Test preprocessor. That's what I called it, right? Preprocessor? Preprocessor. Test preprocessor. We'll get around to that eventually. Give it a save. Let's see, test parser I think the parser is fine. Like the tokenizer, 100% fine. Like we don't need to look at that anymore. The parser, I think the tests look good. Maybe, I mean, they're all pretty simple right now because all we have is like a simple nested. We have a, you know, just parse the hello world, print hello world, etc. Double root level. I think I'll, all right, one more. Double, I guess triple nested is probably pertinent. Well, maybe I should write that into the, where's my reference? I've done this thinking before. So, GD Lisp. I guess since I'm going to be looking at that, let me just pull this up. Also pull up this to turn off the cursor, just so it's obvious what I'm looking at. GD Lisp. So, the evaluator. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the test GD Lisp. We'll go with the test GD Lisp. Well, test compiler is probably more accurate. So we need the tokenizer, which is, guess what, a tokenizer. Oh, do I not have this preloaded in? Send me, tokenizer. No, it's here. Oh, hello, duck. It is true, I am a duck. Mouth doesn't move with the model, but I can demonstrate it working with other ones. It's a tokenizer, we'll have a parser. And then we'll do the rest later, so let's add it to do... Well, no, Evaluator isn't really part of the compiler, right? Yeah, Evaluator actually executes it. So Evaluator is more part of the interpreter. So the plan is I want to ship an interpreter, but then I also have the ability to compile down the GD script, which is the interesting part, I think, because I already have written a library called Advanced Expression GD, which allows me to programmatically construct a GD script file. So because I have the AST from the parser, more or less, I can reuse some of the logic from the evaluator, I think. So test simple, or I guess test hello world, the easiest of things to test. So the expected input is, anyways, hello, Baran Holmick Twitch. How are you? I don't think I asked you how you were yet. Apologize, I'm a little distracted at the moment. So print hello world. I think that should be valid syntax. Is that what I used previously? Gotta check the tests. Yeah, you can see the last time I worked on this was roughly 5 months ago, but that was just updating tests, I think, probably. I know in this latest build, like the build that's on itch.io is not the latest build. Like it's missing several things. The first one of which is it's missing the ability to just run raw GD scripts. So I know that there is, I coded in the ability to just call raw GD script functions. So it's no longer purely sandboxed, which is a plus or minus depending on how you view things. Oh, and then before each, tokenizer is equal to tokenizer new parser is equal to parser new, because the idea here is that for each of these will kind of store their own state. So the tokenizer stores its own result state, token builder states, etc. And then the parser stores its own stack and results, etc. Because I'm trying to avoid recursion if possible, since Godot has a recursion limit of 1024, which I guess if your code is, you know, 1024 tabs deep, you might have a problem. Alright, so, alright, I finally finished my coffee. Huzzah. So now I can stop trying to chug it. So, results. I believe this gives me a result, right? Yeah, they all give me results. So, if not, assert true res is okay. Return, and then I think we just want to do we want to assert, or I just want to let it, I'm just gonna let it break, you know what? We're just gonna let it break, that's fine. Then we can do res is equal to parser run res unwrap. So if you've ever programmed any Rust, this syntax might look familiar. That's because Godot does not have try-catch, so I need to be able to handle errors gracefully. And then do the Golang thing and just bail out before we actually run into the real error. So, not assert true. Res is okay. Just run this one just really quick. So that should be okay, and then we can check. So if it's okay, then we have our expression. Res unwrap, so if not, assert not null. All right, so then we'll have values inside of that. So var value, this should be an array, I think. E value. So if not, assert equals type of value, type array, just to make sure we're null safe. It's a very cumbersome code and style, to be sure. Then this should have two expressions, prints, which is a symbol, and then hello world, which is a string symbol. So then assert equal val. Oh, actually, I just realized, I forget. I think it's, no, it should be the one inside of it. Yeah. So E is equal to val 0. Val is equal to E value, because we just need to unwrap everything. Not assert equal val size is equal to 2. Return. Then we can assert. This should be print. And then this is hello world. Let's test this in the editor so we don't run into something weird. Test the compiler, test the compiler. Send me, object in string in operator. Okay. Oh, because these are expression, like Atom expressions. Yeah. So these need to be value. Because everything is an expression. You can't just access like that. All right, beautiful. Look at that. We haven't broken anything because I haven't made any changes. Yeah, all green. Feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. Let's start writing the evaluator. And then after I finish the evaluator, we can start writing once we finish the evaluator, we can start writing the code that will compile this down to GD scripts. So the idea is that this should be more or less, like in full compiled form, it should be almost as performant as GD script. I have to imagine that this will not match just regular GD script that you write, but I don't know, it just seems interesting to me. And because it's a Lisp, it can change itself at runtime. Now, what would you do with that? I have no idea, but we do these things not because they are hard, but because we probably should not be doing this. All right, so this is, oh, I remember. This is the refactor because I was building a stack. Yeah, this is when I started thinking about what if instead of using recursion in order to parse everything, what if I maintain my own stack and then just kind of push and pop things at will? I think I figured that that was a bit too hard until I wrote GDML. Oh, hello, Gyozen. Hello, hello. How are you? I'm writing a Lisp. As you can see on the right here. Let's jack this up. Okay, so let's maintain several variables here. I see new models. New models? Do you mean like new characters? There are new characters for this stream thingy I wrote because I deleted the old ones by mistake. So it goes. So depth 0. If you do want to see a new model, check this out. Someone sent me this model as a test thingy. Let me load the preset. Please don't break. It always makes me scared. All right, just wiggle the hair out. Something's wrong with the hair when it moves, but I'm not sure what. Look at that. It can do mouth shapes. It can do... I mean, that's pretty much it. It's pretty much it. It has like a really basic lip syncing going as well. My algorithm that I use for the lip sync is kind of wrong though. You're animated now. Super cute. Oh, no, you. Yeah, I'm not sure if I made this clear or not, but I did write this program. I did write this. You might notice that my GitHub is called UN. My Twitch username is Team UN. Haha. That's awesome. Thank you, thank you. No, you're awesome. But let me get out of this. Although I'm pretty sure I can catfish a bunch of people and trick them into watching if I just stay on this model. The dream, etc., etc. So what does this do, by the way? Does this return anything? I don't remember what this does. Return. Oh, I remember. So, oh no. Okay, how am I gonna do this without recursion? This is me all the time. Nice. People are super interested in me on Discord, then turn up on stream and realize I have a man voice and then ghost me. Oof. It's okay. People turn up to my stream all the time expecting a duck, and then they realize that I can actually speak English. So, lots of people are turned off. I guess they were more expecting a squeaky toy, huh? How am I gonna do this with... Maybe I can reuse the same stack. Oh, you know, yeah, I can reuse the stack. All right. So we tear out the stack. So this is now its own thing, which means it's gonna have a few errors. Just gotta bear with it for a little bit. So yeah, there's the model. So just slap this. Oh no. Just do it like this. It should be still fine. A very smart duck. Oh, thank you, thank you. I don't know if I'm really smart. don't really know what I'm doing, to be honest. I've never really done any studying on how to write a programming language. I just decided to do it one day. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, okay. So this is just a stack. All right, let's fix the test. Fix the tests. Model stack is equal to GD Lisp. So we gotta preload everything. Stack. All right, where was the error? Yeah, this is basically like, what if someone who has never studied computer science wrote a programming language? And this is kind of what I came up with, although I did have some input from a chat member at the time, so maybe that's not super true. Because I think what I was trying to do at the very, very start was use regex in order to do most of the parsing. I think it was a good thing I did not use regex, because that would be absolutely horrible. Although I don't think I'm doing it how most people do it, because I think you're supposed to do like left right parse. Whereas instead, when I'm doing my parsing and tokenizing, I just go one character at a time, and then I just keep track of what the last one was, which is almost the same thing. Anyways, run all the tests. We did move the stack. Okay, so now we're going to use the same stack for the evaluator. Yeah. Look how nicely commented it is. We have a stack. Then the internal stack is just a Godot array. Also need to keep track of whether or not the stack is invalid, because there are times when the stack can be invalid. Because only expressions that are lists can be added or popped from the stack. Yes. And so when we push things, I'm saying this for my own benefit because I kind of forgot where I was. Yeah, because all the expressions are determined by the parser. Oh, hold on. No, I don't think I can reuse this. Maybe I can. Hold on. Oh no. I think the stack it's very, very similar. Maybe I might need to... Yeah, it's not the same stack. It's going to be very similar to the existing stack. Because I don't have expressions anymore, because I'm going to be... Maybe I will be? Alright. Tell you what we're going to do is we're going to save me. Alright. Not in any of these. GD Lisp. Refactor, full rewrite. That's good. I've been doing a lot of full rewrites recently. Memorized by the waifu, it's working. Oh baby. Just imagine how much more effective it would be if I had like a voice changer or something. Or I can just pitch my voice up like this. Tee. One of those. Wonder how loud that was in the mic. My vocal range is fairly high if I raise my voice more. Otherwise, I'm kind of just at this like weird mumble tone. So add more tests, add basic test for compiler, split out stack and pull. Oh, hold on. Git push u origin refactor send me. Look at that. Because you're getting a voice changer, I don't think I have the energy to keep catfishing up. Oh yeah, 100%. I think I would slip up almost immediately. I mean, that's why I just went ahead and just have my real name more or less in my profile. Because I know me, and if I know me, I know that I will absolutely mess it up. sooner rather than later. And then it'll just get kind of weird where it's like, oh, didn't you say that you were Tim? I was like, no, I did not say that. You have no proof. Alright, here's what we can do. Is I think I can do this. We can just have like internal representations of a stack. So we can do stack extends, oh, hold on. Class parser stack extends stack. Can you do that in GD script? Oh, you can do that in GD script. Oh, baby. All right, here's the new idea. So these are all more or less implementation details. I don't know if that's the, actually, I don't know if that's the correct terminology. Let's go into Funko Pops, if you will. This will return an expression. Boom, boom. My name is a stupid anime meme, but that's too late. Do hoo hoo. Stupid anime meme. Hold on, I can probably guess unless it's a recent anime, in which case I can't guess. No, I have no idea. I used to watch a lot of anime, but that was in the before times. Did you ever seen Robotics Notes? Oh, that's in the same universe. Potential spoilers for like a 20-year-old anime or something. Same universe as Steins Gates, but I have not seen Robotics Notes. Hello, Katten. Hello, hello. Steins Gate universe? Yeah. I've watched all the related Steins Gates stuff. But I have not seen Robotics Notes. I think that's on my list of things to watch. But hello, Katten. How are you? Hello, how are you? Let's do this. We'll leave this as an implementation detail. So this will just be some sort of reference. I keep saying implementation detail, but that's not entirely true. As an implementation thingy. Is that what implementation details means? I always hear other people say it, but parent signature is okay. Hold on. What if we just take this out? Okay, cool. There's a D-Gen programmer girl that actually looks an awful lot like your current model. When she lash, the sub says do. Spirit animal, nice. Fantastic name. Fantastic name, I agree. Let's see, I think this is pretty good. We can take this out as well. Take out most of these. Oh, actually. Yeah. Returns the last element on the stack. Elements. Okay. Cool. So we have rewritten it, which means I now need to go into this thing. No. Base test. No. This test. So test stack. This needs to be parser dot parser stack. This needs to be parse. No, just regular parser. So we only want to test the stack here. Run this. Invalid get index 0 on base array. Okay, so now we have a problem because this is now just using the regular stack. So let's do parser stack. Let's run all of these. Yes, all green. Feels good. Surprised you're writing the parser before the tokenizer. Oh, don't worry. Cadden, I've already written the tokenizer. Let's do it. Duck is super cute. Sorry, I was trying to catfish people. Don't reveal my secrets. I feel like I've seen this character before. But I think that's just because it's an anime face. And all anime faces look alike. Both are cute. Don't worry, okay. I mean, this isn't even my model, so let me change back to the duck. Duck, duck, duck. Yeah, look how fast that one loads in, because it's how many vertices? Like this is a square, or this is a cube. This is a cube, and I just kind of glued them together. And then I guess how many, or how big the texture is for the duck. I think it's 32 by 32. Here we need to have a custom stack for the evaluator. So this is evaluator stack extends stack. So what things do I need to rewrite here? So, or override. So let me think. First off, I do need to go to the restroom after like chugging an entire pot of coffee so I can stay focused. Probably not the best plans in retrospect, but you know. Oh, hello Nova. I'm gonna be right back. I just chugged the entire pot of coffee. Oh, hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. It's one of the things about getting older. I used to be able to just put down coffee like nothing else. Like I remember when I was still in university, I would just drink coffee all day. Be able to wake up, go to sleep whenever. But yeah, how are you, Nova? Pushes an element. Back of the stack. Pops an element from the stack if possible, or returns null. All right. Stack, pop back. All right, cool, cool, cool. Really quick, run all from the editor, because using the built-in thing here has kind of sketchy results, especially if something is like a null pointer or something. Wake up, go to sleep whenever, live in the dream. Well, live in the dream like 5 years ago. No longer can do that. Have to be a lot more careful about it, even though I constantly forget that I'm no longer living that life. Live in the Vida Loca, etc., etc. Alright, so funk. What I'm doing, I just chomping some spaghetti before our meeting. Spaghetti. Sketty. As some people used to say. Or some of my friends used to say. I don't know why they used to call it Sketty though. I think it was like supposed to be a Pokemon reference, but now that I'm thinking about it, they never really played Pokemon, so don't know. Alright, so pop. Yeah, I think I do want to just completely override this. We do want some of these checks. Print valid pop, nothing on stack, because you always want to have at least one. Yeah, you should have at least one thing on the stack. Yeah. I was gonna say like the implementation is slightly different for the implementation is supposed to be slightly different for the parser and the evaluator, but that might not be true. My mom always said sketty too. Oh no. Was I friends with your mom? Is this like a weird time distortion? Have I like accidentally gone back in time? That would be pretty sick, right? Actually, I mean, not sick that I was like friends with your mom or whatever, but like sick that I like went back in time. That would be pretty sick. So, I don't need this logic for the stack. I think if we're pushing things onto the stack, this one should be pretty basic, because in the evaluator, what we're doing is we're just keeping track of the evaluated values, and then you can see here that we just recursively call this forever. Actually, no, we don't. Where is it? Yeah, eval, test, env. Oh, I need an env. That's something I forgot. So we need both an eval stack and like a regular value stack, and we want to pass around the maybe that's not true. Secret time chapter, yeah. So oh, that's what I'm missing as well. I didn't write the env yet. So the env is how I keep track of function scope, or even just like regular scope. Where is env? So I have env utils. There's our env. Let's write that before we get to the evaluator as well. This is our generic stack, and then there's two fancy implementations. A tokenizer doesn't need a stack, but when we're evaluating, and by the way, not evaluating, when we are parsing, I've rewritten the parser to not be recursive. So it should take in up to 2.1 million values before it starts to fail, which I think is pretty good. I think the tokenizer can also take in a string of length 2.1 million roughly. All right, so this has to be env because environments is already a reserved word. All right, basically just going to copy my own implementation. So outer needs to be some sort of env. Then of course there's going to be a global env, which is your base env. And then every time we drop into another S expression. So in this case, we have the kind of implied S expression. There's an implied S expression that you can't see. And then this is the first S expression, which contains print hello world. So once we drop into this S expression, we'll have a new env that only exists for that scope. Now, I'm not sure if that's the correct way of doing things, but that's how I'm going to do it. Let's drink some water. Thank you very much for redeeming a hydrate. Some water to wash down all that coffee. Isn't it weird how in Japanese they you say kohi, even though Japanese has the F sound? I don't know. Just something I'd like to note. Reset this really quick. There we go. So init. Do I need any of these? How does this work? Remember, this implementation was really fragile. Like, I know it works because I've done this before. I think I've shown this off as well, the REPL. Not gonna keep it on stream. This is also an older version of the REPL, but so it goes. But I do know that the E&V scoping did work out really well. You know what? This is kind of looking like its own stack. Like it kind of implied, almost like a linked list stack. Because then you have you'll always have an outer ENV, but you'll never have vision into the inner ENV, right? So outer, is that how you spell outer? Yeah. ENV, which is null, param names and param values. I wish I left myself more comments because I don't really know what that means. Okay. Oh, I see, I see. So param names and param values, those are the variables. This is not param, it's a variable. So variable name, variable values. Var names, which can be empty if you want. And then var values also can be empty. I think that's all you need for scopes, right? Yeah, I mean the Lisp that I'm writing is supposed to be fairly simple. Because I don't know. I think I just prefer simpler languages. So for instance, what I still have in mind is that there's no specific like function declaration word. All you have are lambdas. So it's kind of close to how modern JavaScript works. So if you're doing something like Webpack or whatever, usually what you do is you declare a constant and then assign it an anonymous function. Not in all cases, but in enough cases that I was able to take note of it. Var values dot size. So we're only comparing the size because you need to have an equal amount of variable names to variable values, and then we just store them via index, which is kind of jank. So if that is not true, then we'll just return early, and then also hopefully print error. Var names do not match, or var names, or I guess input variable names do not match values. Yeah, something like that. Close enough. Then otherwise, I wish there was like a built-in zip function, because I have two arrays which I know are going to be the same size, but this is the best way that I have of doing this. In var names size. So inner var names I is equal to var values I, same thing. Cool. And I'm using print error instead of push error because I am using a custom build of Godot. So I have patched in the ability to catch standard error prints so that I can do some special stuff with them. It's mostly because sometimes standard error doesn't seem to log inside the Godot console, or maybe I'm just crazy. So find. Oh, I see. If key in inner. Yeah, this is probably the best implementation of this possible. Return inner. Wait, hold on. I can do this all in one step. Spill my Skittles everywhere. I had to pick up everything up before my cat could eat one. Oh, baby. Your cat almost tasted the rainbow. I guess that would make your... don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. I almost said something I really should not have. Good thing I did not. Return inner, get key. Otherwise, it should be outer finds key if outer else null. Oh baby, look at that. I love it. Just gotta start me if I'll leave myself lurking. BRB. Hey, no worries. Have fun in your big boy meeting, big girl meeting, big whatever meeting. I'll be here just working on a weird programming language. All right, so here, what we're doing with find, so we null safe, try to get a key from the current function scope. Otherwise, we will call the same function on the outer env if outer is not null. Otherwise, we'll just return null. Yeah, this is way cleaner than this. Oh, baby. He's learning. I'm beginning to accept the weird like Python if-else syntax that you have the choice of using. Finds a value in the current or outer scopes. So it will start in the local scope and then continue outwards until we hit global scope. Yeah. So every time we step inside an S expression, that's a new scope. Well, I keep saying scope, but it's like environment. Should I rename it scope? I'm gonna rename it scope. I'm gonna name it scope. So I think this also can lead to fun twists of phrase, such as being no-scoped, etc. Inner key is equal to value. Okay, that's pretty easy. Just add a useless doc string for myself anyways. Add a key value to the current scope. Let's see, add, remove. I don't think I'll ever call, do I ever call remove? Yeah, you can never remove a variable from scope or from the A scope. Yeah, so let's not even do that. Set existing value. Yeah, okay, yeah, set existing value. Yeah, so there are several things that you can do in order to set things in a higher scope. Yeah, I remember thinking this was a pretty good thing to have as well. So yeah, if you use a single equal sign, yeah, it sets a variable in the current or outer scope. Whereas if you just use like def, it tries to create a variable in the current scope no matter what. So it will, using def will always shadow anything in the current scope. Whereas equal means that you will set something in the current scope or a possible outer scope if it exists. Yeah. Set existing value, so key always be a string, some sort of value. Returns a Boolean. Now, is that something I use? Do I use? Okay, try to set a non-existent variable. I think what I can do is just take out that check. Nah, let's not take out that check. I think this is a good check. So we'll do so inner set. No. Is there a set? There is not a set. Okay. So we can do if key in inner. I think this is one instance where I still have to use the kind of ugly older syntax. If outer. Well, return outer set existing value. Hey. Key value. Otherwise, return false. Okay. So, what this does is it tries to set. Try and set. Yeah, okay, and this works via recursion. This works via recursion, but should it? But should it? I was gonna say, like, I should remove this last check and try to catch the bad logic earlier, or basically check to see if we're in global scope earlier, but GDScript isn't tail call optimized anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. I guess just... Man, I wish there was like a static... I wish Godot had like a real static variable descriptor. Because I would like to have like just like its own stack of scopes across the entire scope class. Right? So then every scope can be added or subtracted, or added or removed from that static stack of scopes. Man, there's a lot of stacks in this this code, right? Yeah. Otherwise, this code here is actually still beholden to the 1024 stack recursion limit. Yeah, because if you go down 1024 stack frames, then we'll have a stack overflow. Oh baby, how fancy! A stack overflow in the wild. So how would I do this? Yeah, because this is also beholden to the stack recursion limit. Oh no. Let's add it to do. I'll need to rethink this. To do. This uses recursion. I'm trying to take out all recursion, and then instead of using recursion, we'll use an array instead. Because the arrays are integer based, so they can get very, very large. But I don't really know how you would do this without using recursion. I guess you would not have like a scope per se, or you wouldn't have a reference to the outer scope. You would just have knowledge of all your variables, and then inside of the evaluator, we'll actually have a few stacks, right? Yeah. I think push and pop actually don't really matter, right? So this is your standard variable stack, which just holds onto, I don't know. I don't know. How would you evaluate this without using recursion? Like, that's what the stack is for. And then we'll just keep track of your depth. But then how else would I make use of, how do I turn this into not using recursion as well? I could do this so it returns an error code, but then it's going to be so slow. It's going to be so slow. I guess I could just pass along an object. So we have an additional class that's called like env objects. And all it does, it's reference counted, and then it just contains a value v. So we're taking advantage of Godot's like duck typing. So this variable right here just has no value at all, so it's just null. So once we like tell it that it's like an integer, then integers by default are 0. Booleans by default are, I think Booleans are also by default 0. So we can pass this in and then just try to get a value back and then read back the value. But that feels really bad. That doesn't feel right at all. I think it would work though. I've done something similar. Or actually, isn't this if we are pushing things onto the stack? What we could do is, like, every time a variable is pushed, we check the stack depth. No, that doesn't make any sense. I was thinking, like, since we already have the evaluator stack, we might not need a function scope. We can just use a stack as a function scope, but then that would require me to keep track of the depth of the current stack as well. I mean, I guess like it's almost the same thing. It's almost the same thing. Except variables always have names associated with them, so that won't work. So I can't just push them onto, because this function signature must be a single value. Reject programming, become anime. All right, well, if you ask for it. Ooh. Here we are. This is good enough for you. You kids nowadays and your animus. Anime, you win. Yeah, it's anime, you win. You got it. And then we can even become, hold on, Uwu. True anime. This is pretty close to an Ahego face. I guess we can keep this. I don't like it, but it's gonna have to suffice. It's gonna have to suffice. I'm not happy with it though. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep the same. I'm gonna keep the same implementation for Evaluator because I can't think of a better implementation. It's hard. It's hard. That's really hard. I have no idea. So to do, let me get this out. Turn me back to the duck. It's freaking me out. Yeah, this is a real face cam, by the way. This is what I look like in real life. To do still uses recursion. So we still will hit the recursion limit. I want to refactor out the recursion limit. But that might just be like a totally unfound fear. Yeah, so since we... I don't need to, though. Because I can just pop things from the stack. It's not hard. Right? So if we have an expression, and our first expression will always contain a list, we can be sure of it. So here, start evaluating, or it's not start evaluating, completely evaluate the given expression. When did you start programming? I learned how to program when I was probably like a junior in high school. I took the Python 2 course on Code Academy, and here we are. Completely evaluate the given expression, the first expression. Yeah, but that was back when Python 2 was still more or less like a thing. Python 2, of course, has now been end-of-lifed. But I wasn't very good at it, to be sure. Even when I was like 1 year out of college, or 1 year out of university, whatever you want to call it, I still wasn't very good at programming. It's only once I started making a few games, because like when you program for work, you know, it's a very specific style of programming. You have to do things, you know, according to whoever the tech lead is. So, first expression, be guaranteed to be a list. Yeah, so even though I've been programming for a while, you know, it's not necessarily the most relevant experience. I think I tried programming like some Flash games when I was still in like middle school and high school, but it just did not click with me. It's like at some point during university, I was just like, oh, everything makes sense now. I'm no longer like super clueless about everything. So how did I do this? So there's the eval value, depth +1. Yeah, so every time we call eval, we go up a depth. That's not true, per se. And then there's even a to-do here, which is change v to be an expression pointer. Oh, you know what I can do? All right, let's just continue on with the non-recursion idea and see if I can just figure it out from there. So var value is equal to e value and I'm thinking that this won't exactly work because I won't be able to assign the same value to the, because this value is going to be an array. But then sometimes this value will be a string or a float, which is not true. Yeah. How would you do this without recursion? Like I thought I had an idea. But if you just do for I in value, all right, now you have a bunch of expressions, right? And then what do you do after that? Then you have, you know, expression is equal to like I, yeah. Where is it? Expected and okay, sorry. I think expression is a reserved word. Let's call it E. expression var value is expression var e is equal to I. That doesn't make any sense. I can guarantee that these will all be expressions. Maybe inside of here we can just do var v is equal to I value, and then we match on that. But then how do I jump down into that as well? Yeah, I can't think of any other way. Besides recursion, because then I need to match on the v type, right? So then, what is this? Yeah, this will always be, yeah, this could have been a match as well, I guess. So there's only a few types, right? There's type, there's a type symbol. There's a type number. And then there's a type string, which is pretty easy. So most of these are really easy. And then the only complicated one is the list. Also just here. And then if it's an, so these three are atoms, 100%. Actually, that's not true. They're not necessarily atoms. Well, these are atoms, numbers and strings, because those represent raw values. Symbols, on the other hand, contain pointers to potentially raw values, I think. Oh no. And then if there's a list, oh, I see. That's tough. That's tough. So like this is the raw value. So symbol, we need to look inside the E and V and then look for oh no, yeah. So given a symbol, we need to find the value for the symbol. Otherwise the eval value is just the value, I guess. Yeah. All right. Say goodbye, stack. We don't need the stack anymore. We don't need the eval stack. I need to think about this. I do want to get this done though. This is a slightly better solution, I think, to how I did it before, because I used to have atoms be separate from expressions, which made it kind of clunky, as you can see here, to interact with atoms versus expressions, because expressions are either in the old version, expressions were either atoms or lists, and then you had to check against the actual atom type after that. Whereas here, I think I'll just put them as the same thing, because, you know, might as well just, you know, cut out the middleman. You don't need this inner one. Okay. So there's your expression. Then we'll have your ENV. I guess we'll always have your ENV. Oh, we'll call it scope. Scope, scope, get no scoped. Yeah, yeah, we're just gonna do it. We're just gonna copy this over. I don't have any better ideas. So there's a result. The result we don't need. The init, we probably need something a bit fancier. Don't need the result. I think I just need the scope. So scope. So var. So I don't need to hold on to the result, but I do need to do scope. Let's just do this. Evaluator. So we'll always have access to the evaluator. Yeah. Using Python style syntax here once again. Eval value. Then hit it with a depth plus equals 1, just so we can be able to check this afterwards. Because it'd be kind of scary, right? Because you don't know how far down you've gone, I guess. But no, because I know for sure that this is all depth checked preemptively because the parser depth checked it. Yeah, I did all the depth checking here. Yeah, never mind. I don't need to store depth anymore. And actually, in the parser, I think I should actually, because the parser generates the AST, I think, essentially. So I should actually also label the various locations there as well, which is a similar idea that I'm taking from GDML, which is kind of sort of another programming language I've written by accident. Or at least it's another parser I've written intentionally. But we have the scope here. We don't need value. Yeah, we need the raw value, and then this is the eval value, which is the result of that. Yeah. So here, let's do match expression type. So this is expression type symbol. All right, let's do this one more time, but at a lower level, since I'm now hard committing to recursion. All right, so eval value, this one's pretty easy. All right, so both of these, we can group them together. So eval value is equal to value, sure, no difference. Symbol, we do need to check inside the current scope. So we still have the raw value. env value, or scope value, shall we say, is env, nope, scope finds value. And then this could possibly return null. Scope value is null. We'll just hit it with a print error. Undefined symbol. Value. Yeah, I should probably string this just in case. Result set error, don't need to do that. Eval value, we'll do it as undefined symbol, as kind of like a pseudo error code. And then we'll just continue the process as long as we can keep going. Right, do I ever do an error check? You know what? No, I should just do this. Because this 100%, oh, never mind. No, it doesn't. This doesn't necessarily return a value. I forgot. You actually need, in the original implementation, it actually returns a result separately. And then it just keeps processing as long as it can try to. So this actually should not be continued. It should be break. Cannot, unexpected keyword break outside of a loop. Huh? Isn't a match expression... Eh? Unexpected keyword... Eh? Wait a minute, I've done this before. GDML. There's me. Hold on. Add-ons, GDML. Was it the generator? And then there's a few of these. So there's break. Okay, hold on. Was it not generator? Was it in handlers? Was it not any of these? So there's a lot of continues for sure. Handler attributes. Was it in a parser? It's one of these. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm full of crap. Generator? I thought it was the generator. I thought this I thought this worked via, like this doesn't work via recursion. This works entirely via like a stack, which is nice. But I don't remember. Oh no. I thought you could use break and whatever is outside of loops or inside of match statements, because I would like to break out of the current match, but I can't just return. And I think if you use continue instead of a match, it kind of just breaks as well. So GD script match. Give me the deets. So match. Control flow. You can use continue to stop execution of the current block and check for an additional match in the patterns below it. That's not what I want. Let's see, I would like to break out of the current loop. Or is it because I can't do, it has to be like this? No? I swear I've done this before. This is something I always get really confused about. I guess this is fine. I guess that's fine, eval. Because it's, I can guarantee that this type will only ever be one of these types. So it's kind of jank, but it'll still work. All right, so there's your scope value. Otherwise, we have exp type list. So we don't need to push anything back, but we do need to grab the value. So var list, which is some sort of array. The value. What is your problem? Oh, sorry. It's value. No, we already have the value. Yes. So list is a value, or we can just do it right on the list, right? Or on the value without assigning a new thingy to it. So we can do if value size is not 0, although it could totally be 0. Oh, I remember how this works. I remember. So if it's another list inside of it. Yeah, okay. So these are all like reserved words inside of it. So there's like if statements, etc. So let's do this. So if values, let's avoid going down one scope or one indent. So if value size is 0, what do I do if it's just 0? I think I just return nothing, right? So this should be like a null value, I guess. Otherwise, we can 100% assume that we have values inside of it. Thus, we'll do second match. All right, so there's your value. And then we'll just match on every single word after that. Yeah, and then there's a bunch of helper thingies. So it has exact args. I don't think I want to do that. Has enough args. Okay. Let's write some of these in. Let's do function. Hold on. Function handle list. So this will take some sort of list array and then return something. We have no idea. It could be a variance. It could be an object. Nobody knows. Oh, but then we don't have access to the eval value, right? What do I use the eval value for? That's env, eval value. Oh, baby. Does this just return? It does just return it. Okay. But I can't pass in the eval value. I can't pass in an eval value to the next eval. Or can I? I think I can. Wait a minute, hold on. So we have handle list. This will return some sort of value. And then we'll do... Yeah. We'll just do return value, right? And then this one will just be return scope value, which means we don't actually need an eval value. We just need to hold on to the original value here. So return the string undefined symbol. That might not be totally correct. And then here we'll do handle list because we never need to know about anything else. Yeah, I think that's okay. But then we never do any checks afterwards. If depth equals 0, I think we should just try to eval as best we can. And then every single time we do this check, I guess we'll just need to do this. So var is valid. So if we ever run into an invalid state, we'll set is valid to false. Yeah. So if not is valid, return invalid state, something like that. Yeah, so return invalid state, label that as a constant, which means we don't need this. Is valid is false. Yeah. Then handle list. Handle list, this will take in the entire list of values. So we're trying to flatten it as much as possible, really. My mom's playing Wordle. Great game. So match list 0 value. So this is pretty jank, but then we have if pass do also pass. So while, I think I remember I implemented while before I did for loops. Actually, I never implemented for loops, so that's absolutely beautiful. So this should look like if something, something, something. Yeah, and there is currently no like syntactic sugar for like if, else, if. Right, it's only if condition, then this, else this, and then you would need to nest another if statement inside of there. I think you should be able to write your own else if statement using a macro, but I'll just need to do that later. That would be pretty sick to do. Unfortunately, I'm not doing it quite yet. So if test, then else. So while test, then. So this will just be for. I'm not sure how I want to do. How does highlang do for loops? So highlang, because that's kind of what I am basing this off of. Highlang tutorial. Give me your for loop. For sure. Literals ba ba ba. For branching, there's a for. Oh. That's pretty wild. So for counter list, and then, yeah. I think that's the syntax I want to go with. All right, define. This one's pretty easy because I've already done several tests with this syntax in mind. So it defines a name and a value in the current scope. This one tries to set something in, tries to set a value which must exist. So set value in the current scope, or no, yeah, set a value in the current scope and then set a new value, set a value in the current or higher scope. All right, list, I've already have this somewhat implemented. So lists are just Godot arrays. Table, I don't think I'm using table, I'm using dict now because dict is shorter to type and also just 4 characters. It does sound a bit more suspect, but so it goes. All right, so this is a list of some sort of value, or what you could do is just define a list like this using square brackets. Square brackets are just syntactic sugar for a list of values. This one will be dictionary of values. How did I do dictionaries? Because I'm noticing I did not put a syntax thing here right next to it for me to like be able to really easily compare. Oh, I remember. All right, so this is values. And in Lisp, you don't use commas, you just do whatever. So over here, this needs to be key value, key value. Look at that. So dictionary, okay, dictionary to lambda. So lambda, args. You always need to have these square brackets here. Args will be parsed into a list. And then we'll use those that list of values as the things that we need to listen for. Yeah. So do and then lambda. I think lambda is actually kind of syntactic sugar for do, kind of. It's like do with like extra steps. Yeah. I think that's how I made this work last time. Is that lambdas were just fancy do statements. But I don't remember. You can always check yourself. Now we hit it with a macro. Macros I'm not going to do just yet. Macros are hard. Very mind twisting. I'm not very good at macros. The only macro I think I got working in the last version was like a really simple infix macro. So in Lisp you use, is it called Polish notation? Polish notation? Polish notation. What is Polish notation? Or is it reverse? No, yeah, it's... Oh, it's the reverse Polish notation. Yeah. Or no, it's... no, it's just regular Polish notation. Yeah, where you put the operator first and then the numbers. So if you did not want to have that happen, what you could do is write a macro and then just use that macro instead. So you could, you know, just flip things around so it looks more standard. So instead of doing Polish notation, you just use regular notation. What is the regular notation called? Is it just called infix notation? Yeah. What is the postfix? Oh, postfix notation is reverse Polish. Okay. Cool. The more you know. Postfix and prefix notation. Right here. So raw. How did raw work? That's what I'm wondering now. I'm going back to this. I know I've implemented this before. What does this say in the syntax docs? Do I have one for raw? I do have something for raw. Call a method from a raw value. So raw object method optional param. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. How did I implement that? Did I ever implement that actually? So sanity test. I think these were all sanity tests. Does raw exist? Oh my gosh. So define infix to be a macro that takes in something. Okay. What the heck does this do? Yeah, what the heck? Test macro simple. And then it checks output 1 to be equal to 2. I don't remember what this does. We'll leave this on the back burner for now. I think what this is objects. Like, I don't think this works how I think it works. Who wrote this? No, it was me. I wrote this. So raw. So this is objects method. And then params. Is that how it works? Yeah. Params, which must be a list. Oh, good. And expression. What was expression? Oh, this is a Godot expression. Okay, I also remember this. I don't really like the idea of having a Godot expression. It could be kind of cool, but doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. Maybe it's better to just have this be like an expression, and then this will just use my own advanced expression GD library to generate a GD script file on the back end. Oh no. He's thinking. Yeah, I think that'll work actually. So expression and then code. So this will use advanced expression GD to run raw code. That's probably a huge vulnerability, but we're doing it. Label and go to. I am still thinking about how I want those to work. So label and then name. So the idea of labels and go to is because I want to have, I don't know. I thought the idea of having a go to statement in a list would be kind of cool. And I think it's totally possible, especially with how I'm doing the parsing. So go to label. So there are no line numbers though. It must all be based off of labels. And then imports. So imports path. All right, and then the final bit, the very, very final bit is if it's none of these reserved words, then we have to assume that it's an expression, not like a advanced expression, but like something that should be evaluated like this. And then here we have a procedure, which is more or less defined inside of the evaluator, but let's define it anyways. I was thinking about watching another suffering anime like School Live and the other one. I can't decide between Higurashi, Clannad, Your Lie in April, and Madoka Magica. Those are all very good animes. Those are all, I think Madoka Magica is more widely, well, I think Madoka Magica is an easier watch than all of those because it's shorter. And well, actually, I think Madoka Magica is the same episode length as Your Lie in April, isn't it? Or how many episodes is Madoka Magica? Madoka Magica. All right, there we go. Oh, it's only one season. No, you should watch Madoka Magica then. Yeah. How many episodes? 12? Yeah. That one's, it's an easy watch. It's pretty quick, and I think it gets to the point really quickly. Your Lie in April is like 24 episodes or something like that. And to be honest, I think most of them are kind of filler. Yeah, Madoka Magica is very popular. Lots of spin-offs. But I don't know. I think it's good because it gets to the point. I like anime that just gets to the point. Like, tell me how I should feel and then make me feel bad, please. Right? Your Lie in April is also very good, but there's like maybe like 6 episodes of filler which don't feel good to like sit through. Clannad is like long-term commitment. Like, you have to be committed to finishing it. Because I think the first season is very boring. I think the first season is extraordinarily boring. Watch happy slice of life animes. Well, I think if you want a happy slice of life anime, Clannad season 1 is pretty happy slice of lifey. I think Higurashi, I've only seen the first season of Higurashi, and it was pretty weird. I heard the season 2 gets even weirder. So if you're into that, you know, it might be worth looking into, I guess. This is an expression. And then we also need to store a reference to a scope. Currently watching Yato Game-chan Kanatsu Niki. What? So Yato Game-chan's something diary. Kansatsu Niki. Sorry. I'm not familiar with it, to be honest. Alright, so arg names, expression, and scope. We need all of these, and then we have arg names, which is an array, expression, which is an exp, and then an scope. Hold on, we can spell it. Scope. All right. Check it out. All right. Well, what is this? I don't really watch Slice of Life, by the way, so you're probably talking to the wrong guy. What is this? 4-panel manga series written and illustrated by Masaki Ando. Oh, this isn't even airing anymore, right? Before comas are comedies. I don't watch comedies, 100%. If something is like meant to be a comedy, you have come to the wrong place. I don't watch comedies. Like, my opinion about One Punch Man is that I thought One Punch Man was kind of boring. I don't know, because like One Punch Man isn't really like a superhero show. It's more like a comedy about someone who is overqualified to be a superhero. So like, I don't know. I found it very boring. For I in arg names. All right, I think I need to do. Yeah, I need to do. I don't know. I guess this is still okay. So like for I in arg names size, it says airing. It has 4 seasons. I think you missed the most important part, which is I don't I don't watch comedy. Really not into comedy. Arg names I, and then arg values I, returned scope finds. Oh, that's why I needed to add the evaluator. Oh, that is so weird. Scope name. Evaluator. They're finishing Jojoli and I don't know what manga to read next. How about Attack on Titan? That's a pretty good one, I think. And I can say that as someone who has read the entire thing. It's not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. All right, so return scope, find eval scope, whatever the heck this is. I think that's okay, perhaps. Then in here, the most, I don't know. Need to think about it. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna go use the bathroom again because the coffee is starting to come back to haunt me. BRB. Oh, hello, I'm back. Washing my hands takes a little bit more time than I would like, but should read the Happy Sugar Life or Hime Goto manga. What? Officially back. Oh, hello, Cat. Thank you, thank you. Hope you didn't get lonely in the, was it like 3 minutes I was gone at most? Alright, so this is the macro. We don't need to do macro just yet. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what Happy Sugar Life or Hime Goto are. I'm assuming Hime Goto is like Princess Goto based off of nothing at all. That's one of the problems about like character-based languages and also tonal languages, is that you have no idea what the word means unless you can hear it and or see the actual character that represents it. That's why like you can't write Japanese in just hiragana / katakana, because otherwise you just have no idea what the word means without context. It's the same thing as like listening to like songs in Mandarin Chinese or Cantonese or Japanese. Well, I don't know about Japanese, but I know for sure in Cantonese and Mandarin, I cannot understand what they're saying, right? Because unless you know what the song is about, you can try to like figure it out. But if you're just to like listen to a snippet of a like a Chinese song, basically, it's hard because you're lacking the tones. So if you showed me the lyrics, like yeah, you can read the lyrics and oh, okay, that's what it's about. It's the same thing for like romanji in Japanese. It's like Hime Goto. It's like Hime, princess. Goto, Goto. Don't know. It's probably something close to that. Procedure is equal to so we call eval again and then list 0 and then we need to have the scope again as well. Writing a parser for a small language in Rust. Oh baby, Rust, my favorite video game of all time. No, I know what you're talking about. Rust, the programming language. I played Rust like twice, and I absolutely hated it. But Rust, the programming language, it's pretty okay. Eval is not declared in the current scope. Oh, it's run, sorry. And then this also needs to be run. So we're not like evaluating. We're not evaling it. No. What language are you writing a parser for? Is it just like a toy language? I'm a big fan of toy languages. If you couldn't figure this out. If not, okay. What does your toy language do that's, I guess that's interesting. Does it do anything interesting, or is it just like a toy language? Procedure, then return. Oh no. Return procedure, I guess? Yeah. Arithmetic equals expression assignments and functions. Okay. Okay. So the basics, hopefully it sets you up for something more grand, like implementing GoTo. Perhaps a jump statement. Maybe it can emulate a punch card, if you will. You can call functions without parentheses or commas. So it's like a Haskell almost, right? Isn't like Haskell or OCaml, you also don't call them with, well, I think, I don't want to say that without any basis. I think at Haskell you can call functions without parentheses or commas, right? OCaml I've tried to learn and I was very confused. For arg in list, where did the list come from? List? Where did this come from? What is list? A list is the input. Okay, list is the input. All right, I remember now. So slice, list size. I've done a little Haskell, but no OCaml. I think they're very similar, I think. Except, like, people actually write languages in OCaml, I think. Or they write, like, big applications in OCaml. So it's a bit more useful, at least in the real world. According to what people have, I guess, figured out as well. It's a bit more... Or not based on what people have figured out, but based on, like, actual use cases. People actually use OCaml, as opposed to Haskell, which seems to be more of a research or an academic language. If procedure is a string, it's getting frustrated with the lack of regular loops in Haskell. Yeah. The functional languages, like, I get what they're supposed to do. But I can't wrap my head around it. Like, I really appreciate, like, Haskell's type system. I think it's pretty sick. I think the way that you structure logic in OCaml is pretty sick as well. I think the lack of implicit typing in OCaml is kind of disturbing, even though OCaml is supposed to have like a really strong type system. Maybe I was doing OCaml wrong, but I don't know. It's like I like being able to mutate stuff. Like, and even in OCaml you can have mutability, but you need to, you know, specifically declare something to be a reference, which is always kind of weird. My thoughts on these languages are all over the place, but you can tell. So return. Okay, hold on. Is valid. So it's no longer valid. I guess we'll just return nothing, maybe. Return, yeah. So return null, I guess. And then otherwise, we'll return procedure, call function, args. Something like that. Yeah, so then, maybe. I just kind of like copied this over while trying to take out as many of the bad bits as possible, which might have broken a few things. Not gonna lie. Yeah, nods. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. It's hard to put together a coherent train of thoughts about my gripes with functional programming languages. While you're also writing a programming language. Yeah, let's implement this. So it has exact args, has enough args, whatever. It's all good. Oh, thank you, thank you. Your forgiveness is much appreciated in these trying times. Statement type. Why is statement type? Oh, statement type is just here for for error checking. Amazing. Who wrote this? It's not equal to expected size. How does your interpreter handle parentheses? So the interpreter doesn't use parentheses at all. What happens is that in the parser, I guess if you want to follow along, I don't know if that'll be good for your sanity at all. But check this out. Oh no, it's not here anymore. Ooh. So, but if you wanted to follow along, here it is. It's all open source. It doesn't handle parentheses though. That's basically it. This is the pertinent part. Probably look through this run function. So what happens is that it looks at the parenthesis, increments the depth, sets a flag, so it knows that we're inside an S expression, and then pushes something onto the stack. And then of course, once we find the end of the expression, we pop it from the stack, etc. And then for the other syntactic sugar parts as well. So if it's a square bracket, we push a list onto the stack, and we also set a flag. I don't remember if we're using the flag for anything though. Yeah, we're not using the flag for anything just yet, but I swear we will. Maybe I don't even need the flags for the parser. I think I thought of something new when handling the stack stuff. But yeah, it has to do with like the fancy stack logic that I'm using. So every expression is assigned a value. So you either have an expression that's of type list or an expression that's an atom, and then the atoms are strings, numbers, and symbols, blah, blah, blah. Pushing to the stack has different effects depending on the type. So atoms are added to the upper expression or the last expression or the last list, and then lists are just added to the stack. Something like that. And so these are all lists. Square brackets and curly brackets are atoms still. So they get added to the upper list. Yeah, it's kind of weird, I think it makes sense to me. Has exact args. I think I don't need to have any errors emitted from here. Has enough args. The size. Min size. The size is less than min size. Something like that. Okay. Cool. All right. So since I'm more or less just copying the exact implementation here, I think it should be fine. Oh, actually, hold on. I have way too many stack frames. Oh no. Are you gonna use it? All right. So hear me out. Check this out. I have this. Advanced expression GD. Now, you might notice that what this does, it constructs an entire GD script file programmatically. Oh no, you might be thinking. What is he about to do? And let me tell you. Instead of using the evaluator, here, I can have a separate class that takes all of these statements, and then just kind of constructs a GD script file from those. Oh baby, that's why I'm trying to do this in like a really generic way, so that I can rip out some of the implementation and then replace it with, add function, add param, blah blah blah. And so this GD list file can compile down to GD scripts and then execute at almost the same efficiency as regular GD scripts. So the only slowdown you'll really get is, there's two parts of slowdown. One, you'll have the initial parsing slowdown, because of course you do need to parse the entire Lisp thingy. And then two, I mean, this is not going to be as performant as handwritten GD scripts, but I think the cool part is because it's a Lisp and you can have macros. And also you might notice here, I have a class called preprocessor. Oh no. You can have code that just mutates wildly at runtime. It'll be utterly bizarre, and I'm totally here for it. And this is like taking extreme advantage of Godot's like really weak. It's not a weak typing, because it is strong typing. Like once you assign a variable to, or a value to a variable, you cannot assign a different type to it. But I'm taking strong advantage of Godot's duck typing. So in combination with the preprocessor and the fact that this is a Lisp and thus will have macros, I think that's really cool. Or at least the potential is there for this to be really cool. And of course, also you can just run this in regular Evaluator mode, which will be very slow, I think. I tested it before, and it's about 100 times slower than just raw GD scripts. But, that's fine. I'm sure there's there are ways of optimizing it, but whatever. All right. Let's take this out. I think this has to be done inside this same function. I don't think this is feasible. So we just move all this back. Value, and then this will take value. So this will run recursively. Oh, this one. Yeah, there we go. Why am I looking at this? Don't remember. Okay, so in the if statement, this one should be pretty easy. If not has exact args, list size for, I guess we'll just return null. That's more or less it. Oh, not list, value. So hit this with the print error. If statements expected args got that. Okay, so this is string for value size. Oh, actually, no, you don't need to string this. All you need to do is do the fancy formatting. I also forgot the formatting character for one of these. Expected D args got D, so for args got whatever the heck that this returns. Otherwise, so the test is whatever this is. Value. So this is then, and I think these are all, yeah, these all need to be expressions, so I think they should evaluate properly. So this will be value 2, then alternate value 3, var expression. Okay. Then we'll do return run then if, oh god, run test scope else alternates. I hate that. I really hate that. Look at that. Oh, and then we can make this even more unreadable. My favorite value. Because I don't think this gets optimized. So this is probably the best you can do. Oh no, let's add a comment. So 1 is the test, 2 is the then, 3 is the else. All right, that's pretty good. And then you always need to pass in a scope, I think. When do I create a new function scope? I don't remember. One of these returns a new function scope, but I don't quite remember. Okay, so lambdas create a new function scope. That makes sense. I think do also returns a new function scope. Yeah, okay. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. So an if statement only checks to see if you have exact arguments. If you do, then it returns recursively a run. And then here it evaluates an inner if statement, returns then if the result of this is some sort of truthy value. So it runs recursively twice. That feels horrible. That's what this is for. To do this is recursive. Makes sense, I guess. Yeah. So it's a doubly nested recursion, I guess. I think it should work though. I think it should work. You can take the if then expression out of that line to make it clearer. But then what do you mean the if then expression? I think like you need to have the check, right? Because I don't know which one to run. Like you have the then or the else expression, and I need to determine which one to run. So I could either do this, right? This takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This I can either do it in 5 lines, or I guess it's 6 lines, right? I can do it in 6 lines, or I can do it in just 1 line. And I send it to a temp variable for clarity. Yeah. I mean that's what I was doing beforehand. But see, the problem is I don't know if GDScript optimizes that. And 2, look at this. It's beautiful. Just look at it. Share it with your friends. Share it with your friends. It's absolutely fantastic. See if they can figure out what it's supposed to do. You know, we do these things not because they're a good idea, but because I thought it'd be amusing. Right, print error. Use statement expected. Args got D. So it's expecting 2 args and then value size, whatever. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, it's very small. That's what she said. So do I need to hold on to this ENV? I actually don't need to hold on to that ENV, I think. Oh, no, never mind. I do need to hold on to that ENV. Okay, so this is inner... Well, I guess not inner ENV, it's an inner scope. So this is scope new. Takes the current scope. Then for E in value slice 1, 2 size, whatever this is. What does this do? What does this do? You can't just return it every single time. You can't return it every single time. I think you can just eval this, maybe? Can you just eval this? This doesn't look right. This doesn't look right at all. What are you looking at? I'm looking at the do expression. I'm looking at this right here. This doesn't look right. Wait. Yeah. So in my last implementation, I just stored the eval value is basically the final value. And then we take it out of the run expression basically. So we run it, we check for the the error code. If it's okay, then I grab the eval value, I think. Is that how that works? Yeah, kind of. But this doesn't look right. Yeah, this doesn't look right to me. I don't think this works how I think it works. Oh, you know what? It's this. It's this. And it just needs to be return run list, no, not list, value slice 1 value size. So we slice it taking up the first value, and then we can pass in this thing here. Oh baby, I think that's correct as well. I think the possibly what's scarier is the fact that I'm not testing this as I'm going along, even though I wrote tests for everything else. So that's somewhat problematic. I think that feels more correct. Yeah, because everything inside of the do statement is just kind of the same thing. It's kind of the same thing as what I'm passing into here at the start of the function. I start the eval, because the eval expects a list of expressions, and then likewise do expects a list of expressions. Yeah, an indeterminate list of expressions. So unlike regular GD scripts, this supports var args. I suppose somewhat amusingly, GDScript does not support var args. How strange. If not has enough args. So value. Is it value? Yeah, value. Value size 3. So we need to do the test and then some sort of list of expressions, I guess. Yeah, I think that's okay. Maybe. I'll need to verify that. While statements expected. So the data size. Okay, I can probably change this into a static function just because it's mostly, well, it's not mostly, it's entirely for logging purposes. So, oh, hello, Bumsy. Hello, hello. Guess what I'm working on today? I mean, you don't really have to guess, it's in the title, but. Arg mismatch. So print arg mismatch. So this is, takes an operation. Expected int, actual int. So print error. X. Statement expected. Bum bum. Got. Is it for runtime scripting? It's mostly for my own curiosity. My own curiosity's sake. I thought it'd be cool. Because if you remember this thing that I was working on before, if I can find it, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh no, where is it? It's gone. Oh, it's here. You might remember this thing. You might not remember this thing, because I don't remember if I actually worked on this on stream. But this is a little library I wrote for constructing GD scripts programmatically. So so it's for runtime scripting, but also for generating scripts that will have about the same performance. As other stuff, as regular GD script things, but written in a Lisp sort of way, and also with a built-in preprocessor, and also built-in support for macros. Use it for regex? No, that would be that would be absolutely bizarre. That would be absolutely bizarre. Might be a bit. It might be a bit too much. I like the idea though. Write a version of my regex library that is that's done in GD Lisp instead. I wrote my own state machine for my tokenizer and I thought it was fun. Yeah, see? We can have fun having a bad time. Some of us have masochistic tendencies. You know, I suppose I'm not exempt from that, considering that I am also writing. I basically have my own state machine, right? More or less. Yeah, based off of what I have right now, which I you know, since you just got here, check it out. Bumsy, you can follow along in the suffering if you want to, or if you don't, that's also totally fair. Yeah, the state machine I'm not super, I guess, proud of. It seems kind of weird to me. I'm glad I got it working without using recursion at the very least. I think it's just the evaluator. I wish I could make it work without recursion. Okay, so while run value 1 scope for s in value slice. So this needs, okay, it needs at least 3 args, I suppose. Value size. Oh, I see. So this needs a temporary value. This is one of the few times where I actually need the temporary value in order to store state. Okay. So while value, so we'll just hold on to that. So while value equals run as scope, and then we'll just return while value. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. I'm not sure about that one. 4, I never got this working in the original GD list, but we'll just ignore that for now. This one, okay. So if not has exact args, value size 3. So prints arg mismatch. Recently I wondered that if GDScript was like Ruby, okay, waiting for the if then, the then part of the if then, or why it wasn't like Ruby. I think they wanted it to be like Python, which I fully support. Ooh, that's not how you do it. Has exact args, list size. Oh, I kind of have this backwards, don't I? That's pretty weird. Hey, team win. Team win. That's the first combination of that I've heard. To be honest, it kind of freaks me out. Also, very, very fair though. It's like, might have noticed also that my real name is in my profile, or I guess my description. So Tim Yuan, Team Yuan, you might notice a similarity. So if you just say one part of team or Yuan, you're like, oh, okay, you know. That's kind of how like people refer to me in real life. Oh no, then I need to eval. Oh, I see. This is weird. Value to the scope. Oh no. That is bizarre. Oh, I didn't know some misread your name. Sorry. No problems, no problems. At least you're not like when I'm playing sports or whatever, I'm okay with people referring to me as like Yuan or you win, whatever. But it's like sometimes at work, right? You know, I'll be in a meeting and then someone just refers to me as like not Mr. You win or Mr. Yuan. They'll be like, hey, you win. Like, yeah, I know you're referring to me, but like, what the heck? Do you think I'm like this is my like my name is like Chinese style, where my last name is first, and so you're trying to call me by my first name, but what you're actually doing is calling me by my last name? Like, do you think Tim is my last name? Like, what happened? This is very strange. But I'm not sure if you're just trying to be like impolite or not. Lots of strange things happen at work. So if not, so if not scope set existing value. Oh, this is how I did it? Oh man, that is weird. Value to scope. I really should start writing tests. but I'm not going to. Are you doing this based on an expression API? Nope. I might have shown you this before, but I have already written this once. But I'm rewriting it using the new knowledge that I have based off of my experience writing GDML. Because I think that's a bit more, I don't know, more relevant. But I've already written this before. I'm writing it to be a little bit better. So the only thing that's a little bit better is the tokenizer and the parser, I think. And then I also have the tooling in order to turn it into just regular GD script. Yeah, can I post a snippet of my evaluator? Yeah, if you got like a paste bin or whatever, or you like, I guess like if you want to post it in the Discord, whatever is fine. To set a non-existent variable. So this is one. Okay, let's see. Let's okay. This is making me very nervous. I'm going to start writing tests, as I probably should have been doing this entire time. So I think the test GD list should probably just be most of the evaluator stuff, because that's kind of its own thing, right? Yeah. So this isn't really a built-in function. This is like for, we'll call this interpreter. Interpreter. There we go. We'll just slap this in here. Does the interpreter need anything else? So like, I mean, I'm keeping this as a single file thing, right? So that it's really easy to drop into any project. I don't know why that's a plus, but it is. I'm gonna call it a plus. Because also, where is it? Oh, I closed it for whatever reason. There's GD Lisp. Advanced expression. There we go. Because for whatever reason, I think advanced expression is also just a single file. So what it can do is we can check for the existence of advanced expression and then give you the option of running, you know, basically AOT compiling your Lisp thingy. Something about that tickles me. Let me see. I think I can just have a very specific thing for the interpreter. So we can have like a test interpreter or test evaluator. We'll put it into its own folder for now. So interpreter. Give me a new script called test evaluator. Hold on, the video I was watching has stopped. All right, here we go. So test GD list. Go bring me the base test. So compiler. So there's your tokenizer, your parser. Oh. So region interpreter. I'm not sure what other things I need, but I'll think about it. So evaluator. Evaluator. Okay. So interpreter, test evaluator. Evaluator is equal to evaluator. Before each, we will just do this is equal to evaluator new. Okay, posted. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh no, this requires a global scope to be passed into it. Look at all these things. Oh, got him. Sick name. Hit him with a wave. derive debug struct stack frame. Stack operation. Locals option boxed. What does that mean? Why is it a slice of F64s? And then your stack is okay. To run function calls? Okay. Is used as a vector of stack frames, which I'm assuming is the stack, but what is the locals? What is locals? Or are you just turning all your things into F64s? Doesn't that mean you'll run into floating point errors in your stack as well? Or do you just go from or do you use like a real stack so you pop things from the top of it? Low base scope doesn't have local variables. So is the language you're parsing, is it entirely like F64 based? How does that work? Yeah, I think I'm missing some context here. So you don't have, or are you mapping every symbol to like an F64? Okay, so your entire language is like F64 based. Okay, interesting. That's a lot of numbers. I think you did mention that it's like your language that you're working with is arithmetic based. Arithmetic. Oh, you're mapping names to indices. Wait, so if you're mapping names to indices, doesn't that mean well, no. You won't run into floating point errors as long as you never multiply indices by each other. But why not just use like a why not just use like a U32 or something? So it's more, all right, you have less variability. Or do you want the ability to split, or is the reason why you're using an F64 because you want to be able to split indices just in case? I'm trying to come up with reasons why you would use an F64 instead of like a regular integer or like an unsigned integer. Right, like I think if you wanted to be able to split a stack frame, that makes sense, I guess. The numbers the language handles are F64, but the interpreter doesn't only use F64s. Okay. Okay. But like, but why use F64 for your stack? That's the part I'm confused about. Like, yeah. So you're mapping a number to something on your stack. I get that, but then why? Why use an F64 then? If it's just a normal stack, why use a floating point number? Because it's only the values. But then why use an F64 instead of like a U32? Like I know you can't use a U64 because there's no such thing. But why not use a U32? Right. Because I would think an F64 just leaves too much open to interpretation, I think. Like you can. I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't. But doesn't that mean that your stack is also a bit more constrained as well? There's your scope. Base test. This is inside of the model. GD Lisp. Scope. All right. Bring me back to one of these. Evaluator. Took inspiration from the JVM, where it has a stack of stack frames and an expression stack. Yeah. Well, no, the question that I'm curious about is like, why use F64 versus, or why use F64 instead of a U32, right? Or is that just how the JVM does it as well? Does the JVM also use like a double? Are F64s doubles? Or is this like a double? Or how big is a float? I think... Yeah, actually, I think I can just pass in like a scope new. Like that. And then we don't need to do this at all. F64 is a double. Yeah. So does the JVM use a double for its stack indices? I've never really thought about it before. Yeah, like that's what I'm confused about. Yeah, then is there a reason why you're using F64s besides like an unsigned int? Or is it just because? Okay, yeah, it's just because. Okay. It's interesting. I can accept it. So test hello world. So I think our first thing, so this is your, okay, this is the evaluator. We'll use the full name. All right, so var e is equal to an expression, new, xp type list. All right, hold on. What are expressions? Stack indices are use size, but the local variables in expression stack are all F64. But why not make everything a use size then? Why not make everything a use size? Expression new, and then this needs to be expression type list that contains, an expression new, expression type, I think this is a symbol print, and then string. I'm sorry if I'm asking you all these hard questions, but didn't think about it, to be honest. Oh, that's fair enough. I can relate. There's a lot of things that I do that I just don't think about either. Okay. So this is what our kind of our abstract syntax tree looks like. So you'll have basically your global expression that wraps everything invisibly. Then you'll have your first expression, which maps back to the first set of open and close parentheses, right? So this is essentially print hello world. That's what we're trying to parse here. And then also hopefully execute. So evaluator run e. Oh, and then we also need the scope. But wait. Yes. No. Maybe? Hold on. There's my stream notification written or emitted by my very scuffed Discord bot. That's also the Twitch bot. That I totally forgot to use, by the way, when I wanted to peep the Discord like that. Look at that. So evaluator. So it adds it to the... Why not have this just store the env? Now I'm looking at this again. Right. Close the parser. Yeah, why not just have this hang on to the, or not the EMB, but the scope? Yeah. So like this one, this can take an optional scope, but that will be more or less like the inner scope, I guess. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We'll hang on to the scope. Scope, and then scope add the evaluator. So we'll hang on to it. And then this. This still needs to be able to take a scope. So we can do. Don't know if there's a straight answer you can give, but do you have any good resource to help with system code architecture design? Oh, absolutely not. I do not have any good resources. The only resource I have is like experience, right? So the more that you do stuff like this, I think the better you will get at it. Yeah, the more you do it, just like the better you'll get at it. That's just kind of how it is. I don't really have a better answer for you, sorry. Right, because it's hard. It's hard to teach design without, you know. It's hard to teach design without, you know, actual experience, because it's hard to prove anything without having gone through it once. If scope. So if not scope, then scope is equal to inner scope. I don't know if that's valid or not, but we're gonna do it. I have recent advice about single functions, but nothing overall. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think the idea that, or I guess the methodology I usually try to follow, at least for me, is like I try to design my code in a way that's very modular, so that you can take pieces of the code out and then replace it with something else. Usually, often to my own detriment, because there's a lot of pieces of code that really should not be separate, or should not be pluggable. And I think it's something that a lot of people don't think about too often. It's like, yeah, obviously you want your code to be modular, but that's not always the case. People don't, that's not always what people do. Right? Like when you're designing like a player or whatever, right? Like for like a 2D platformer, you'll design a player and you'll put all the logic in the same thing, just everything in the same class. But then when it comes time to like start refactoring it, then it's just one big mega class, right? So I think it's better to like start encapsulating certain pieces of code in like either its own separate function if it's used more than once. You know, if you're using a state machine, you know, break it out into its own little bits and pieces of code. Of course, that's not always the best idea, right? Sometimes you don't need to break things out. It's hard to explain. Like there's time for modularity, there's time where you would just want everything to be all in the same place, not pluggable. All right, we're not gonna run this using the runner. We're gonna use this. Run me. Oh, we didn't do any asserts. That makes sense. Did we print? Undefined symbol prints. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, we kind of did it. We kind of did it. Almost. Which thing was I missing there? Hold on, I think that kind of worked. That was the env built in. So there's the global. Okay, we'll call this global scope instead of global env. Give me this. This needs to be match case, match whole word. And then we'll change this to be global scope. Replace. And then we'll do the same thing for this. env built-ins. This needs to be scope built-ins. Something like that. Send me. Practice should be like step by step, like list all required base functions and separate over authorities over classes, or list states of responsibility. You can make an interface before implementing. I guess that's what I'm doing. Well, yeah, that's kind of like a. I guess that's kind of an almost like an old school way of doing things, right? Isn't that's basically what a header file is in C and C++? For sure, the older that I get, the more I appreciate interfaces, because it makes it very obvious what something is supposed to do. But, you know, this is coming from someone that is more or less self-taught, learning from Python, so. Okay, so this actually should not be using a scope. This should be using global scope. Actually, how did I do this? How did I do this? That's wild. Global environment. What is global environment? This isn't a global env at all. Oh, no, it is. Yeah, never mind. It totally is. Ooh. Oh, that's global. This is like the global scope dictionary, and then there. Oh. Global scope. Okay, global scope built-ins. Hold on. I've made a huge mistake. Global scope built-ins. First, that Python. Until you thought of creating an interface, that's the crucial part. I don't know. I think you just need to have like a more or less like a flowchart in your head of how things are supposed to work. And I think one of the hard parts is creating like the flowchart, right? So if you have like, say that you have like a paint diagram, right? Can you basically describe what you should be doing in one step, and then describe how they go from one to the other, right? And I think that's the hard part for me personally, is describing like what things go into which steps, like how are these separated from each other? Which things should go in step 1? Which things should go in step 2? And what separates, like why don't we separate this into 2 steps, right? Why should these all be in 1 step? I think that's the hard part, right? Because you could just have everything just be 1 mega step, right? Yeah, technically everything is 1 mega step. And then the question is, where do you separate them? Do you separate them like this, or do you just want everything to be 1 big thingy? Do you want to continue to break them up so they're like, smaller steps, smaller chunks? Yeah, I think that's the hard part. And there's not really a good way of explaining it. There's not really a great way of explaining that. Global scope built-ins. I think that's what I'm going to call it. Global scope built-ins. So then we'll have this evaluator scope, and then this needs to take a. What do I use this for? When do I pass this into there? Oh, I said it here. Global env. Oh man, that's weird. Because then I don't have access to the inner in the scope. I totally forgot about that part. Which is It was general steps to separate except there is one identify, research, test until you find a good method and then do that. Yeah. Functions and large data structure passing. No magic 5 steps, huh? Yeah. Yeah, there's not really a... I think it depends on how you like to approach a problem as well. Like, I think if you've been watching me for a while, you might notice that my general approach to problem solving is to bang my head against it until it starts to work out. So, well, I think other people tend to like to examine a problem from all angles and then come up with an approach. You know, I tend to just take a problem head on, and then we'll just take it one piece at a time and then slowly work our way into a solution. You know, there's all types of problem solving, so there's not going to be one step, one shoe fits all. How many function parameters seems like too many? I think 5 probably seems like a good amount to cap it off at, but I do understand the reason why you would want to have more. But I think 5 function params starts to get into, like, you know, you should probably consider refactoring. 10 is like, that's way too many, but I guess if you're used to Python, Python likes to have a lot of function params. Let me think about this. So this takes a scope. Scope inner, because this is a fancy one, aka it doesn't obey the rules. So scope built-ins. I don't think I do need scope built-ins, but I do need to have this thing here. So gd lisp dot global, what is it called? What did I call it? This thing, global scope built-ins. So we just kind of cheat. I have seen your Rust. You've seen my Rust code? My Rust code doesn't take that many function parameters. It takes like 5. It takes like 5 params. Maybe it takes more, maybe it takes a bit less. I don't know. I mean, we can count, right? My Rust code is all open source. Real-time lip sync. I don't know. How many does lip sync RS take? Not that many. Probably algorithm takes a lot more, but that's not really my fault. I was getting concerned because my helper methods have too many params, and I remember I could pass closures. Yeah, closures pretty sick. I used to be against closures until like I figured out how to read them. Is it job? Does job take a ton? See, this one only takes 3. This is an enum. That's not that many. I'm getting defensive about my programming. Yeah, most of these aren't too bad. Yeah, this isn't bad at all. I suppose if we're talking about this one, which is Godot, Pong, Bevy, Rapier, I think that's probably more fair. That's probably way more fair. But that's because this one was tough. This one is tough, right? Well, actually, never mind. Look at this. I refactored this one. I refactored this one so it didn't take a million params. Actually, these aren't even params. These are struct fields. I was admiring your 2-parameter evaluator. Well, yeah, but I think you have to remember that my evaluator takes expressions which are just nested lists. So it's not quite what you think it is. Yeah. Which one? Do any of these take a million parameters? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, these are all pretty clean. I suppose like this is the paddle system is probably a pretty unclean. Pipeline step, that's not me. Yeah, I guess if we're talking about this, that's not too bad. Because this isn't my code. That's not my fault. Yeah, see, this is only 5. This is roughly only 5. Create paddle, you know, we won't talk about that. Create ball, we also won't talk about that. You know. But most everything else is 5 or less. In my defense. Still, does function even care how many params it has, get speed and memory wise? I know Godot cares, because Godot you can only have up to 7, I think. Something like that. Before things start to break, I think. I think you can have a bit more than 7, but I think it's 10. It's either 7 or 10. Because it's hard coded into the thing. I think it's less clear with a ton of non-keyword params. Yeah, it's definitely a lot less clear the more params that you have. Definitely a lot less clear. Oh, don't run it all. Ah! Invalid get index global scope built-ins on base GD script. Oh, because it's a... Oh, I see. Oh, I can do this. We can make this a const so that it's available. Okay, here we go. Ooh. Oh, you can't do that. No, that's not valid at all. Okay. Var GD Lisp is equal to GD Lisp new GD Lisp, and then we'll just grab that dictionary because we're just trying to kind of unit test the evaluator here. Yeah, but in terms of, does function even care about how many params it gets, speed or memory-wise? I think it cares memory-wise. I think speed-wise, it doesn't make much of a difference at all. But probably memory-wise, almost certainly, because it needs to keep track of more local variables. So I guess if you're doing things recursively, it's going to be kind of painful. Look at this. Ooh, we printed. We printed. It didn't print quite correctly, but it's pretty close. Look at that. All right. That's, as we say, pretty pog. Is that the pog face? Oh, PogChamp is now a snake. I did not realize that. All right. Add to 2. All right. So let's do like a really basic add statement. So I'll do exp new. I don't think I'm gonna wrap it like this anymore. I think I'm just gonna wrap it like this. And then this should be exp new exp type list that contains this, something like that. And we'll do the same thing here. It's PogChamp. Oh, sorry. PogChamp. It's not Pog. It's PogChamp. PogChamp. List. Oh, I'm just... What am I doing? Alright. So exp... New exp... It's not very convenient, by the way, to have to write this all out by hand. But that's because we're trying to unit test it, so you have to... You don't... Well, I guess you don't have to do it the manual way, but it's better to do it manually, in my opinion. I think these get coerced to floats. So I just do it like that. I meant the new PogChamp is Komodo. Oh, it is Komodo hype. Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew that there was like some sort of kerfuffle about like the original person behind PogChamp. Like they didn't want to be associated with it anymore. All right, this isn't actually a value. This is just something, I think. Use regex crimes instead of macros and then edit so it's good manually. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, I do have a regex thingy if you are interested. I don't know if you were around for this, but check this out. Look at this thing I wrote. Ooh. I don't need regex when you have verbal expressions. Look at this. So it's also, this is also another single line library, I think. Yeah, look at that. Single line. It's only 500 lines. Extensively unit tested, by the way. So if you want to parse a URL, this is how you would do it. You know, you hit it with a start of line. You know, we start at the start of the line. We look for HTTP. We might have an S. Then we're looking for these things. We might have a www dot. Keep going until we find anything that isn't a space. Go until the end of the line, and then we build and then match for this. So look at this. I write all kinds of things. People just don't, I guess people don't really care that much, I suppose. Not insulted. Just very sad. You know. Oh, hello, Lubetti. Hello, hello. No more copying regex snippets from Stack Overflow? Yeah. Well, this isn't as performant as regular regex, right? If you look at the actual implementation, let me look at the tests. Probably the tests are more accurate. These aren't it. Oh, these are close. No, they aren't. I think that the tests are the best example of how these should work, but I think a lot of these generated expressions are not as good as manually written regex. Yeah, it does compile to normal regex, but it's just not optimal. Right, because a lot of these, you don't need these to be anonymous capture groups. And let me grab the hydrate really quick. All right, there's another 300 milliliters of water down the hatch. Yeah, but it does compile to normal regex. It's just kind of weird. So like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, right? It's not as optimal. It has a few like unused capture groups, etc. But if you don't really care about super performance, or check it out, you might find this interesting. So go to my Discord. By the way, I have a Discord if you're interested. Check this out. Where is it? This, look at this. You might be interested in this. Wait for it to load. I wrote a thing. So it does verbal expressions in the browser. Let me see. Sometimes it gets stuck. You just got to refresh. Look at this. So this kind of uses the same idea as advanced expressions. So what I do is I actually build the scripts in the browser. So look at this. You can compile it. It gives you the raw regex. This is also uploaded to my itch.io. So this is the regex that's compiled, so you can just grab it. You actually cannot grab it. I didn't realize, but you need to enable some sort of export setting in HTML5 export templates. But that's the raw regex, and then you can run it and then see if it works. So you can then verify that this works. That's the status. If you put a space in here, no match is found. Look at that. How cool is that? And all this does is it takes this stuff, VE, And then you just kind of, it inserts it into a new script and then compiles it and then runs it, right? So I thought that was also pretty neat, but not everyone thought it was super neat. Yeah, and then you can also do like a find and replace if you want, etc. I love that Godot's code editor is a reusable component. Yeah. It is pretty neat how the code editor, or the editor is just made out of its own components. It's very nice. So this is all using the components from Godot, kind of. I still can't get over how close that is to a combinator parser. It's so close. I'm not sure, what is a combinator parser? Combinator parser. Oh, I've already searched this before, but I just did not internalize it at all. Oh, yeah, no, this is why I did not internalize it. I don't know. But I don't know. If you are interested, I did not come up with the idea for this, by the way. This is just a port of verbal expressions, and then I wrote all the tests. And also wrote this thingy, which I thought was cool. Yeah. So the only cool part is this thing, which runs in the browser. And it's free and open source, by the way. It's just kind of hanging out here in demo GD. Look at that. Ignore most of these. These are just preloads. The actual code is very, very short. Yeah, I can explain it some other time to you if you're interested. Yeah. Just whenever. In text. Over voice. Anything is fine. Just, I guess, keep in mind that I have almost no education regarding computer science. It's probably possible. Yeah, probably possible. Just when I'm streaming, I'll drop everything to explain. Oh, baby. I'll have to keep that in mind. Evaluator. Run. Oh no, if you have some sort of like long form video essay reference that is not super duper dry, I would be totally into that. All right. So run the evaluator. Please don't. Invalid call to function, call func, and base function ref. Expected 2 arguments. Is there a way I can check how many arguments? It's almost working, by the way. It's okay, I ignore most of my CS classes anyway. I'm a bad student. Yeah, you're telling me. You're telling me. I studied business. Was not able to get a job as a business guy, and instead just went into programming, and here I am. All right, but I suppose, I'm not sure when you got here, but if you are interested, you can check out the current version of GDLisp. Or I guess not the current version, the old version of GDLisp, which is available in a REPL. Look at that. Apache 2 licensed. So it's just there. And you might also notice that I have something that looks like a Lisp thing open on my other monitor. It's because I was inspired by Highlang, which is a Lisp written in Python. That is it's supposed to be about as fast as Python, so that's where we're at. And then the cool part is that I've also written, I keep repeating myself over and over again, but the cool part is that I've also written a thing to programmatically generate GD script thingies. I keep closing everything. I keep closing everything. Advanced expressions. Advanced expression. Yeah, advanced expression. Dropped out of business school? Yeah, there we go. There we go. No, I'm good at writing. I'm just, you know, hate everything else about business. didn't want to go into liberal arts, but this is the idea, is because I have the abstract syntax tree, I can then compile down my Lisp into just regular GD scripts. Yeah, see? That's where we're going. That's where we're going with this. And then because I also, in GD Lisp, have the concept of a preprocessor, you can have both a preprocessor step and also macros that all generate down to GD scripts for pretty much no benefit whatsoever. But it would be pretty cool. It would be pretty cool. Oh, I can use call func v. Ah. But wait, no, this doesn't work. Let me see. If run, no, this needs to be in procedure. Wait. What was the error? What was the error? Run me again. Yeah. Invalid call to function call func in base func rep. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Call func v. Send me again. Oh, it totally works. Let's go. It works. It works. I can't believe it works. First try, baby. Even though like the structure of the entire program has changed, and also the test name is wrong. All right, so look at that. In our print output, which you can't really see, return 3, and then also printed hello world. So we just need to check this against. Does your list have a runtime REPL to allow for interactive developments? It does. Yeah. Did you see the GD Lisp REPL link I posted? So I could try to run it, I suppose. It's been a little while since I've had to run it, but we can. This will be a moment of discovery for both of us. Oh man, I forgot. It has not handled this very well. But you can do like +1, 1. You do need to press Control Enter in order to get a result. So then you can do def x is equal to, I don't know, 10. So it gives you back null because it's a void return. You can do, I don't know, minus x 100. You should get negative 90. Oh, baby. Look how cool that is. And then we'll go back to GD Lisp because I have some fun things to find in the test suite. This is before I learned how to use Goot. So you can redefine built-ins, which is kind of funny and also terrifying. Also, copy and paste does not work, so let's just type this out by hand. So you can redefine add, or you can redefine plus to be equal to a lambda function that takes in one value. Let me see. If, wait, no, that's not how it works. Lambda xy. This is back when I was a lot more smart. Yeah, so now we have redefined plus to not use my built-in plus function, which is here, plus, which is defined here, AB plus. And instead, we can do, I don't know, +1 to, still equal to 3, which I guess is good. But then, what happens if I redefine minus? I've actually never tried that. I don't know. We redefine minus to be a lambda that takes x, y. Then it requires another s expression. I don't know. Let's just set it equal to like multiply. Multiply x, y. This is the hard part about Lisp if you don't have bracket highlighting. I think that's fine. So then if we run, yeah, that's pretty weird. Yeah, I don't know. What happened? I don't think that's true. That might be a bug. So I redefined the plus sign to be a lambda function that takes 2 parameters, and then it's equal to 0 minus the second arguments, and then x minus that value. And then I redefine minus to be argument 1 multiplied by argument 2. Then how do we get 0? Is that true? I don't think that's true. It might be true though. I don't know. It's probably just broken. That happens sometimes. I think there's a help. Yeah, there's a help function if you just type in help. Let's do reset. Creating a new GDLisp environment. Yeah. So then we should just be able to do this again. Okay, cool. Yeah. I don't know. The ability to redefine built-ins is kind of interesting, I guess, because it's just it's a symptom of, I guess, how lax GDScript is, which is nice. Oh no, I'm a firm believer of like we're all adults here, so like if you want to break your environment, that's kind of your own problem. I don't know. It should follow most of the standard Lisp rules. If you want to look at a syntax documents, it's all here. It's kind of also pretty borked, but that's fine, I guess. This should be pretty. I don't know. What's the word I'm looking for? Pretty complete, I guess. Yeah. Like this is the syntax. This is how it works. If you want to look at a better version, you should probably just look at the tests, insanity tests, in the repo, which is here. Python 2 lets you reassign true, but Python 3 doesn't. You know what? That's probably a good idea. Almost certainly. Let me see. I think I'm on a really good tear here though. So assert equals res is equal to 3. I think that's also going to be a float. We're going to do it in the editor, by the way, because if something goes wrong, it's going to explode if you do it from this view here. Look at that. We also leaked some instances as well. That's good. I'm not sure what's leaking though. Yeah, I saw. Yeah. Wait, I saw that there was some there was another person who started their project before me. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think mine is like somewhat functional before theirs was. I'm not actually sure when they started theirs though. I should probably check. So theirs was started. Was this mine? Oh, this is mine. Yeah. All right, get out of here. We can look at the earliest commit. So mine was May 11th. They have 1,000 commits. That's quite a lot. How do you view the latest commit? God, I hate this. By the way, I hate this style of doing commits where you just use it like a save file. GD native is such a pain. It is kind of a pain. Luckily, by the way, if you think GD native is a pain, and it also looks like they started before me, by the way. If you think GD native is a pain, do I have the thing for you? It's called, hold on, let me find it. GD native runtime loader. Oh baby, look at all the tools I've written. Yeah, commit when I'm about to delete stuff I might want later. Yeah, but like, I think if you're doing commits like that, so you want to save state really quickly, your commit message should be substantial, and then afterwards you should also squash the commit if you decide to keep the change. I think that's, I realize it's pretty opinionated, but. So check this out. GD native runtime loader. So you don't need to create a, you don't need to create the libraries and all that. All you need to do is create a config ini file that contains all of these things, or actually you don't even need these values. You don't need any of the general files unless they're different from the defaults. And then all you need is to specify the platforms and then the classes and then what classes they extend, right? And it's beautiful. Then it just works. The I guess the description here is a little aggressive, I suppose. If you cannot figure out how to fix the configuration, this is a little too advanced for you. But yeah, I mean, it works. You know, you have two Rust thingies, then you just have the plugins directory, oh baby, that just have config ini files in them. You don't have any of the GD native library resources. You don't have any GD native script resources. And then all you do is this. So you just load it in, you scan, you create the class, and then it just works. Look at that. It is beautiful. Like, ini looks kind of TOML-y. Yeah, I mean, TOML is basically ini with like more steps, right? It appears you made a lot of useful tools for Godot. Yeah, I mostly just make a lot of tools recently. Like, all the tools I've made are in service for this though, because I've been working on a full rewrite of this. It's more or less done. It just needs the GUI to be completed. So I'm still working on the GUI, by the way. Which is why I was working on, I can continue working on talking about all the side projects I've been working on. So GDML, so you define your GUI as like HTML style GD scripts. Is that written in your GD Lisp? GD Lisp is still in progress. What I'm planning on is having this have GD Lisp support, so you can write GD Lisp inside of here, and then you can just define a backend, because there's also like a Lua JIT backend. There's like a Python thing that you can do. I thought that would be pretty cool to have, because you can just have inline scripts. So to go over this, because I'm not sure which things people are familiar with, but look at that. So you can just have inline CSS that takes the place of themes. You can have inline scripts that just kind of exist and then are usable inside of the same tree structure. All that stuff. And then the plan is to also, like, GD Lisp should be callable from here as well. Which would be very, very weird, but I'm into it. So, but the first iteration of this thing is going to have to be just hard-coded, more or less. Because it's just, GDML needs a lot more work. Alright, but one of these is not being disposed of correctly, and I'm not sure which one. I think it's the scope. Or is it GD Lisp? It's probably the scope that's not being built, that's not being cleaned up correctly. Is it scope? Yeah, scope. Inner clear. I think that might solve it, so I don't leak memory. I'm getting pretty close. It's one of these. But anyways, I think that's pretty cool, right? So this can take in pretty much any sort of operator, right? So we might as well do this in another one. So like minus 10, 100. we'll take all of these. I don't think this supports var args, although I can totally try. I'm like almost 100% sure this does not support var args, which is unfortunate. I would need to refactor how these work. I think the original implementation actually used like a while loop. So this accepted an array of values and then just yeah, it accepted an array of values and then just worked off that. So if you wanted to do, let me think about it. Because unfortunately, GDScript does not support var args, so I can't have that kind of check here. There should be -90. I think that's a pass, except for all of these other errors. I'm not sure where these are coming from. What kind of check? So I think what I would want here is a check for, where is it? Where is it? Here. So this is call function v. It expects all parameters to be passed via a single array, and then it unpacks those values into a this function here. So what I was wanting to do, so if you wanted to do something like +1, 2, 3, 4, right? That would not actually be possible, because this function only accepts two params. And so if you pass more than that, then it's just not going to work. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure that will just fail, right? Let me see. Call this pass. And I can try this. I'm like 99% sure this is going to fail. So that should equal 6, but what will happen, let's do it here, is that it's going to fail on execution. Yeah. So null expected to equal 6, and then the debugger gave me an error. I'm not sure what it was. Yeah, error calling method from call v. Method expected 2 arguments, but called with 3. Use the fold thingy. What's the fold thing? What's the fold thing? So I don't really have a way of, like for +1, 2, 3, 4, you could call add 1, 2, and then add that to the next arg in the last. But then the problem is like, how do I do that for the rest? Or how do I make it so I don't constrain every single function to only take 2 arguments? Because I think it's okay to define a function with more than 2 arguments, or define a function with less than 2 arguments. Meaning it would be like, yeah, but then how do I do that? How do I do that? Like, how would I know how to unpack it like that? See, that's the hard part. Is do I just hard code it for the built-in operators? Or, yeah. Like, I think for some functions, like less than, not equals to, equals, whatever, or even like divide, it makes sense not to unpack it. Because like, I guess, like, what would you expect divide to do when you pass more than 2 things to it? How should I work for user functions? I think user functions, they just work. How did they work? Yeah, I'm inspiring a lot of confidence here by not really knowing how my own lambdas work. So this is how they used to work. If you look at line 571, And I guess I can always check in the REPL. No, this is jams. Get me out of jams. I'm not doing any more jams for a while. There's hi. God, I love this little squid. All right, so we can define like add to be. This is some sort of lambda that takes, you know, an x, y, z. And then it'll just be plus x, y, z. So I know how this used to work. And I think how I had functions working before was everything just had to take... Okay, I remember now. Yeah. Never mind. It's all coming back to me. So notice how all of these all take an array. And so by default, every single function just assumes that it will take one parameter, and that parameter must be an array. And then everything is just done via array access, which is kind of bizarre. So you can do 1, 2, 3, and that should give you 6, yeah. And then we can redefine add to be x, y, z, a. This will take a. So then add. Now taking's array should work. Yeah, I think it's a really gross way of doing it though. I think it's kind of gross. But I guess maybe like it'll work, I suppose. It does mean I need to change how this implementation works, because I assume here that this will just be two values of some sort. I gotta think about it now. As it turns out, my first step at implementing this was way better. Would you rather pass like a tree containing your arguments? But then that's kind of weird, because then how do I do it for user-defined functions? I don't know. Oh yeah. I remember how I did this. Look at that. How I defined lambdas where they were just do. A lambda is a syntactic sugar for a do statement that you can then store as well. Oh yeah, it's all coming back to me. I remember thinking like this was very weird at the time, and looking at it now, I still think it's very weird. It's basically a stored do statement. Good job, me. It's not really spaghetti because I think it makes sense. I think that's actually how a regular Lisp is implemented as well. Like, isn't like in a regular Lisp that's also how they do functions? I don't remember. But let me I guess we can refactor really quick. So let's get status, get add all. So this is Evaluator, kind of working. Start reworking how args are passed to functions. So I guess I can just do everything via just one mega array. And we're also going to push this because I think that's pretty substantial. Just ignore the little tirade I went against like other people's commit histories. How did I call these? Did I just call them? I did. Oh no. I see. I unpack all the args and then I repack them. I unpack them and then repackage them into another like array and then call that using that. Or actually, no. Yeah, I already do that. Oh, so don't do call func v. Instead, do this. Were you thinking your lambda parameter should be names, and so you pass a hash map? I'm not sure how you would name What would the syntax look like for named args? Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, no, I get it. I got it. How would you do that? how would you do that in a Lisp though? Yeah, so you can have names parameters, but then how can you pass a hash map? I'm not sure how that would work. I think it would still work if you just pass an array and then inside the lambda just grab the first value, maybe? Perhaps? That'd be a dictionary, right? Yeah. I have a dictionary listed here. So actually dictionary and list are just these are actually, there's actually syntactic sugar, so any of the square bracket things are actually they're coerced into lists in the AST. So the syntax, the actual syntax that's output, or not the actual syntax, but the actual S expressions or the actual tree that's output will look a lot different from, I guess, how it looks in user written code. Yeah, I guess it's a dictionary. Yeah. But this needs to be, yeah, I'm just gonna take this, I guess. If a size less than 2, return a 0. Yeah, we'll just do this. So var result. All right, really quickly for I in a size -1. So plus equals I. Okay, keep going. Actually, because these are all the same, get ready to get sent. It's all the same stuff. So this is from divide up. Just need to push these back. All right. Actually, all of these are the same, right? Yeah. Except for prints. Oh, actually, prints would heavily benefit from this, because then you can print will then accept var args. So turns out past me was way smarter than current me. Brain was less fried. Yeah, I guess that works. That seems weird. I guess that's okay. I don't know. Malconcern, multi-arg minus an and. Yeah, well, you know. We're all adults. We're all adults here. If you want to do something weird, that's not my problem. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I'm not talking to you, like, you know, you specifically. I'm just saying, you know. Like, I subscribe to the... It's like the same thing in Python, right? Like, there's no such thing as, like, a private value in Python. Like, if you really want to find a hidden variable on a class, you can totally find it. This is 10. Yeah, if you really want to find a hidden variable on a class, you know, it'll work. You can find it. And then in this case, if you want to pass more than one argument to this thing, you know, that's, you know, it's your own decision, I suppose. So I think this would be -10, I think. Right? Maybe? Equals divide 9331 or something, right? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. How did I do the syntax here? I did the syntax as just double equals, because like single equal sign has a special meaning. At least in my Lisp. In my Lisp, single equal sign means that you are assigning to a variable that currently exists in either the current scope or an upper scope. Just use closures, you really want to hide variables? Yeah, well in Python, yeah. Can't you still introspect on a closure? Or no? It's been a little while since I've tried to break Python. It's not something I do a lot. You can inspect the code attribute to find the keyword parameters. Oh, it's equal, equal, not equal. Okay. Yeah. I've several different ideas. Like, it's based off a closure somewhat. It's kind of based off a closure, but I'm making more use of all the built-in keywords. Ah, no. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wait. Oh, this is just a regular parse error. Okay. Hold on. I need to rewrite this. So this takes an array. This is also an array. Oh. Oh, no. Okay. Hold on. Ah, come on. Here. You can expect a closure. Yeah. Know very little about Python, but it sounds like it's much more hackable than other languages. Yeah, I mean that's the nice part about Python, right? Is that I think it respects your intelligence a bit more than other things. What is it? Too few arguments. What do you mean? Ooh. Scope built-ins. Scope built-ins. No, that's right. Hit me with this again. This is right. Scope built-ins. Yeah, in Python, everything is an object, and then it just kind of exists somewhere. Like, they try to obfuscate it, of course, but that's the explanation I've always liked, is like, you know, why not have real, you know, visibility keywords? And it's because, you know, if someone wants to break the system, they're gonna break it. Oh, I can't believe I wrote so many tests. Curses. Previous me, why were you like this? Alright, we're getting there. Just need to turn all of these into arrays. Okay. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh, did these not take array values? I thought they did. No, these take array values. Yeah. All right, send me one more time. So env built-ins, please. Non-existent function greater than equal to. Huh? What do you mean? Does it not work? The least duct typed part. Duct typed or duct taped? And is that related to monkey patching? Actually, talking about monkey patching, yeah, we used to use monkey patching a lot, by the way, at one of my previous jobs. So like we were working on a test suite, and because we had to, it was not easy to make things work across environments, so we just had to monkey patch a bunch of things. So to work in the test environment, to work in the test cluster, test local environment, it was absolutely madness. Oh, I got rid of the or. That's what's different. Okay. All right, run me again. I think that was it. Oh, baby. Okay. Then we go back to Evaluator. Run me again. Woo, let's go. It's kind of funny, yeah. The story got a lot less funny once I realized that it didn't really have anything to do with like the animals. I thought it was kind of funny in my head. Oh, duct tape, monkey patch. They're both animals. That's funny, right? But it wasn't. Yeah, look at that. I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Refactored. I guess it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. It doesn't work how you would think it works, but whatever. It's about monkey wrenches, I think. Great Foo Fighter song. Monkey wrench. All right. I think that's pretty good though. Environment built-in's kind of borked. All we got to do is refresh. And then run everything. Run all. Please work. No. Test global environments. You know what? That's probably fair. What is broken here? Test global environment. We're so close. It's in model. Test global environment. What's wrong? Oh, it's not call func v. It's just called call func. Okay. Change all of these. I could just use find and replace, but I'm going to do this manually since I've already committed to doing it. I think that's good. Call func. Oh, yeah. Big F. Yeah. That's what I gave your mom last night. Got him, dude. Yes, all green. Let's go. Oh, baby. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. The only problem that I have with it so far is the fact that the evaluator runs recursively. And I'm going to continue to harp on that until I fix it. We're all adults here. Yeah. You know, we're all adults here except for me. I'm, you know, not quite there just yet. Yeah, I wonder if it's possible to make this recursive. I need to think about this. Like I know, Kat, you showed something that had to do with I guess like how the JVM does its stack. So you have like an expression stack and a stack frame stack that's kind of separate. Maybe I could have two stacks. Yeah, that's something I hadn't really thought about. What if I just have two stacks? Yeah, that could work. That could work. But anyways, I think that's gonna be it for me for today. Let me just push all of this to the GitHub. If you want to check out the current progress, like I have this just running in CI, by the way. I think it's running in CI. I'm not sure. Oh, actually, it's not running in CI at all. Never mind. I'm a liar. Let me run this in CI really quick. So before I push this, let me just grab something else that I know is running in CI. So is it in? I thought advanced expressions ran in CI, but maybe it doesn't. GDML runs in CI, I'm pretty sure. Oh, geez. Ignore that. GDLisp, slap it into here. Here's the GitHub, which contains a file for Godot tests. Yeah, on push. So run the gut tests Ubuntu latest. I'm using gut, by the way. Using Croconut Godot tester, which I have contributed to. Feels pretty good. Git add all. So git commit refactor built-in functions to take arrays. Yeah, I think that is 100% necessary as well, because that's how all GD list functions will also work, is that they must take arrays as parameters. And then let's see, add CI tests. Push me. And then let's check me. No, all right, hold on. Is this just not going to, okay, yeah, here's the CI build, oh baby. We will pull request against my own repository. It makes me feel very, very fancy. Create a draft, send it. And then we can watch it in real time. Oh baby, my favorite part, Docker test. Woo. Well, lambdas reference parameters as 0, 1, or something. So you do have name parameters. They are name parameters, yeah. So however they work in GD Lisp, they should work in this one. Or however they work in the current REPL is how they should work now. The biggest difference is that it should be a lot more stable, because I'm writing tests as I go, which is, I'd say that's a plus. And then hopefully, because of that, macros will be easier to use as well. Fennel's hash functions are I like Fennel. Fennel is also a very good language. Yeah. Also check it out. Gut tests passing in CI. Oh baby. Yeah. Fennel. Yeah. Function literals, even shorter form. Anonymous functions have one form with implicitly named arguments. Oh, that's pretty weird. I don't really have something like that, I guess. The idea for at least GD Lisp is that, you know how in JavaScript, right? Well, let's do it here. So kind of in modern JavaScript, right? You usually have something like const, you know, add is equal to, you know, XY arrow function, and then it goes down to some sort of implementation. They start args at 1 though, because yeah, that's what I really don't like about any Lua language or Lua based language. Like I really like Lua JIT. Lua JIT super sick. Really fast, really easy. I just wish that it didn't start indexing at 1, because that gets me a lot. But yeah, this is kind of what I had in mind for, I guess, my functions. Like if you write any JavaScript, this looks familiar somewhat, hopefully. So I'm taking this syntax and just applying it to my Lisp. So there we are. It's JavaScript file, or JavaScript style. Yeah. Did I post a link to that? Here's the thing. You can take a look at the refactor, or you can take a look at any of the other branches. Worry about the hash map based lists? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how it's gonna work. I try not to think about it too hard. I'm just working with FFI weirds and they started 0 with FFI types. Yeah. I've never really thought about it either, but I usually just use other people's libraries. But there's a link to the current refactor. It's all free and open source, Apache 2 licensed. There's a Discord. There's just the GitHub in general. Here's the itch.io if you want to check that out. But yeah. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be live Tuesday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time. Maybe working on this, maybe working on refactoring, or not even refactor, just rewriting the UI for this, because I kind of have something going right now, which I can kind of show off. We go to here. No, don't reload the project. Quit to project list. Open this up. And then once I'm finished with this project, I can finally move on with my life. So you can select the GUI, and then you have your GUI on the side here, which is, I guess, slightly more photogenic than this custom thing that I have rigged up. So the rewrite is almost done. It just needs to have like these pop-ups implemented, and then you can hide it using hotkeys, etc. So the structure is way more modular than this one right here. I like the green screen. Yeah. Some people like it, some people really hate it. But yeah. Yeah. 567 is like 152637. I don't think I support that syntax, by the way. I think for me, I support only key value. So you cannot have a hash map based list. Unless you're talking about my lists. I think JS the same thing where arrays are objects with number keys. Yeah, I don't think that's how my list works. Yeah, that's absolutely not how my list works. Because I have enough punctuation to differentiate between the two. But yeah. Did I already say my spiel? I think I already said my spiel. How many people do we have watching? 3. Yeah. I feel weird about rating with a less than like 4 out of 5. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I will see you Tuesday. Goodbye.